Hello, everyone. I'm here to help you relax and fall into a peaceful sleep. If you enjoy the stories, please like and subscribe. It really helps a lot. I'd love to hear where you're listening from. Now, get comfortable and let's begin. The horrifying truth inside the warehouse where I work. I've been locked inside this warehouse for 42 hours and everyone is missing. I don't know if anyone will end up reading this. Fuck, I don't even know if there's anyone left outside this damn building. The last time I looked out the window, everything was dark, but not in the usual way one would expect the early hours of the morning to be. It was oppressive. It was unnatural. No matter how much I strained my eyes and begged to God, that would shun me as a heretic for mercy. It was as if I was floating in the deepest reaches of a space devoid of stars, and here I stood, nothing but a vacuous pit of questions, completely and utterly alone. I'm writing this solely because I don't know what else to do. I'm hoping someone is still out there. Needing there to be someone out there to tell me this is some kind of fucked up joke, or that maybe I'm in the midst of some kind of breakdown. Anything to help me understand. Let me explain from the beginning. Maybe recounting the last 2 days will help me get a better grasp on the reality I'm facing. The funny thing is, it started exactly the same as every other day. Same monotonous routine. Wake up at 5:10 each morning, adorn my high-vis and steel toe boots, catch the 6:10 Metro only to find myself at the locked gates of my place of work in Hammond, Indiana, not even 40 minutes after rolling out of bed. Same route, same times, and even the same faces passed me by on my commute. It had been dark out, a little cold and a little damp, but everything was normal. I was the first to arrive at work most days, which granted me access to a set of the building's keys shortly after my employment. So it wasn't unusual to be the only one squinting under the dim flicker of an overhead lamppost with the cold biting at my fingertips, as I struggled to pry the stubborn metal of the gates open as quickly as possible, in hopes of finding reprieve from the winter air blowing off Lake Michigan. I didn't even have an inkling anything was wrong until a good 30 minutes after I had arrived. I work in a fairly small warehouse for an independent logistics outfit in Hammond. Just your average location for any average Joe. The building has a small office space above the warehouse, and the day-to-day workload was never that intense. In fact, most days were a slow slog to 3:30, but the small team of people I grew to know helped the time pass. Normally, within 10 to 20 minutes of my arrival, other members of staff would start to trickle in, accompanied by the general groan of sleepiness and resentment for being stuck in what was essentially a fucking icebox all day, instead of wrapped up in bed with a warm cup of coffee. The one shitty heater the company provided us smelt as though it was ready to catch fire at any moment, and yet we would all huddle around it desperately whenever we got the chance. So, even the temperature hadn't seemed strange at the time. I can feel it now, though, how it's slowly creeping under my skin and nesting in my bones. It's unnatural, and I'm concerned about how much colder it's going to get the longer I'm trapped here. After I had deactivated the alarm and made my first cup of coffee for the day, I made my way toward the door. The large windows overseeing the warehouse loomed in my peripheral, which always did a great job at freaking me the fuck out. You see, the lights for the warehouse itself are automated and will only come on when it senses movement. So whenever I make my way toward the door in the mornings, I refuse to look through those damn windows. Call it an overactive imagination or watching too many horror films in my spare time, but I didn't like looking into a pit of darkness, especially when no one else was in the building. An irrational part of my mind would always supply that someone could be watching me on the other side of the glass. Stupid, right? No, I kinda wish there was. I haven't seen a single soul in 42 hours, which is fucking insane. This whole situation is making me feel insane. I remember the confusion that I had felt when no one had shown up after I had assumed a good 30 minutes had passed. I had glanced secretary the space for a while, pacing around the staff room and warehouse office, wondering if I could see any signs of a new arrival, and when I had finally begun to drive myself a little crazy doing so, I fished my phone from my pocket and stared down in a detached kind of shock when my phone flashed the numbers, 6:30 a.m. back at me, the time I had first arrived at work. There was no way. I had been here for at least 20 to 30 minutes. So the time staring back at me must have been wrong. Now, as much as this had sent a tiny shiver of unease through my spine, it wasn't unexplainable, and so I didn't ponder on it much. Still too perplexed as to why no one else was here yet. It wasn't a bank holiday. It was the middle of the week, and there was no indication as to why no one else had shown up. Perhaps there had been an accident, and people were stuck in traffic on I-80. So, I waited for roughly another 30 minutes, idly staring at my phone screen in mild fascination. Time unchanging. It was at this point I really started to feel antsy, fingers dancing along the sides of my phone, unable to refrain from fidgeting where I Saturday, maybe I should just leave. No one was answering their phones, and the longer I sat there, the more on edge I had become. I felt silly for feeling so spooked at the time, telling myself that if anything, it was a day off from work, and that I had probably missed an email about the place being shut for the day. The low melody of Changes by Black Sabbath danced in the otherwise still space between the walls of this place, offering a small salvation from the eerie feeling that accompanied me as I logged into my work email on the laptop at my makeshift desk that sat in the corner of the warehouse. The red laser of the scanner hummed quietly as it projected its dim light across the white walls opposite the computer. There had been no email. The calls I had tried to make had gone from ringing out to not going through at all from my end. It was as if the entire place became a dead zone. No signal, and no Wi-Fi connection. The open space that sat oppressively against my back felt almost suffocating the longer I swiveled nervously in the desk chair. Fuck this, right? Something didn't feel right, and the longer I stewed in that feeling, the heavier it got. So with a shaky exhale, I pushed myself back abruptly from the laptop and gathered my bag and headphones from under the desk. If no one was coming, then what was I doing here? I knew the address of my work friend, Marisol Vega. I could swing by and see what was going on at a more reasonable hour of the day. There must have been some kind of announcement I missed, and whilst everyone else was at home, I was here like a complete fucking idiot waiting around. There was still a part of me that hesitated at the prospect of leaving. What if I got in trouble? What if after I leave, people do start to show up and then I'm the one that gets questioned about my impromptu absence? Well, it turns out that none of that mattered because when my eyes landed on the glass door of the entrance, all I could see was a thick blanket of obsidian. I stood there for a good few minutes, wondering if this was all just a stupidly vivid dream and I was about to wake up drenched in sweat. Nothing felt grounded in the realms of reality anymore. There was no light from the dim lamppost outside, nor the car I had walked past to get into the building. I couldn't even see the fucking pavement. There was something niggling at the back of my mind, telling me not to open that door. But that wasn't rational. None of this was. All I wanted to do was go home. Go back to a place where things felt normal. So against my better judgment, I strode forward, hand reaching out and curling round the handle, a buzz of anticipation thrumming under my clammy palm. I yanked once, twice, and then, erratically, until it left me breathless. The door wouldn't budge, and the longer I stood, opposite the cavernous pit of absence, gazing into the darkness, the more concerned I grew that something was staring back. Repressing a shudder, I took a few steps back, breath rattling in my chest, the thump of primal fear cracking against my ribcage rhythmically. I was at a loss, and when my brain couldn't land on any reasonable conclusion, I made the decision to run up the stairs and look through a window in the office. Perhaps someone had put a black sheet over the doorframe. Maybe someone was in the building with me, either to fuck with me for some stupid joke, or maybe more sinister purposes. I didn't know. But if that was the case, then I would be able to see the car park from one of the upstairs windows. I honestly can't put into words the feeling I got when I was met with the same sight. I remember going extremely cold, yet despite that, a fevered sweat perspirated my upper brow, my heart sinking like stone into my gut. In a rushed panic, I had fled back down the stairs, a frenzy unlike I had ever known overtaking my movements, and I pulled hard on the glass door again. I even thought about trying to smash the window pane in my desperation to get out of whatever situation I had found myself in, but a small and more rational part of my brain whispered soft reassurances. That I was overreacting and would most definitely get sacked if I broke company property on purpose with no real justifiable excuse other than that I was scared? Yeah, no. Forcing myself to take a steadying breath, I evaluated my options. This situation was weird, and I was potentially in danger. The most logical explanation is that someone is fucking with me, right? And potentially in a very malicious way. So, upon second thought, smashing the door open was not a bad idea. That it would alert whoever was here to where I was, but that wouldn't matter if I was quick enough. Ultimately, this job wasn't worth my life. Never before had I changed my mind so quickly. As you can probably guess, it didn't work. The glass refused to shatter. The upstairs office space was locked when I made a dash up there to hide, worry pulling taut at my muscles at the prospect of someone hearing my failed attempts at escape. I huddled by that door for a while, chest heaving painfully the entire time. Fast forward a lot of painful time spent staring at the top of the stairs, waiting for someone brandishing a knife or something akin to one to slowly encroach upon my safety. It never did happen. Most of the first day was spent inspecting all of the windows and exits to the building, and after much internal encouragement, I found myself back in the vast and mostly empty space, bar the racking, of the warehouse. I had frantically and repeatedly pushed the button to the shutter in hope of it opening in another fruitless attempt at escape. I'm lucky that I have access to food and water. This was a thought that rattled around my brain as more and more hours passed me by. It turned out that the only clock in this whole place that didn't stop at 6:30 this morning is the one on the laptop I'm using to write this on. The first day of being stuck here was coming to an end, and I was still no closer to understanding what was going on. When the weight of sleep began to pull at my eyelids a good many hours after my arrival, I was reluctant to succumb to the feeling. On edge and paranoid about my safety had me sat upright, rigid in my chair. I knew that I would have to sleep eventually, but the thought of being in such a vulnerable state sent a painfully sharp sensation of anxiety through my veins. Little did I know that when the dredges of sleep finally took me, I would be waking up to a new nightmare entirely. It was a sound that woke me. The speaker I had used to keep me feeling somewhat sane must have died when I was asleep, and instead of waking to the comforting lull of music, I instead awoke in a blanket of darkness and a harrowing silence. I was still for a moment, head buried amongst my folded arms, pupils rolling in their sockets as I struggled to pull myself from the tendrils of sleep that beckoned me to stay. The first thing I noticed was how my hands ached, fingers stiff, and curled inwards almost as if the moisture from my body had been sucked dry, leaving me nothing more than a shriveled flesh sack. In an attempt to get the blood flowing into my extremities, I tried to pry myself from the desk, but to my growing concern, I was unable to. It felt like there was a pressure on my neck, pushing down on the bone and pinning me there. The tiny hairs that littered my skin rising to meet a gentle exhale that danced across my flesh momentarily. It was soft, but deliberate, almost as if someone had been standing over me. As the thought entered my sleep-addled mind, my muscles seized. I bolted upright in my seat, joints popping and grinding at the sudden movement that I forced upon them. My head cracked to the side, gaze sliding across the space behind me, and when my eyes landed on nothing more than emptiness, my shoulders sagged at the notion that there was nothing there. I must have sat ramrod straight in my chair for at least 5 minutes before the adrenaline began to seep from my pores, leaving me a boneless heap. With a clearer head, I could reason that what I had just experienced was probably just a unfortunately timed bout of sleep paralysis. I sighed at the thought, clenching and unclenching my fingers in an attempt to get a hold of my frayed nerves. I had experienced sleep paralysis far too regularly as a child and was unfortunately no stranger to it. Didn't make it any less stressful, especially under the circumstances I find myself currently in. There was only a slight reprieve until something new caught my attention. I didn't register it at first. The gentle tap, tap, tapping echoing quietly from one of the aisles somewhere to the left of me. Instead, I realized in abject horror that the lights were still off, which had me jumping from my seat in panic, arms waving above my head in an attempt to trip the motion sensors. I always did hate the dark. To my dismay, not even a flicker of light shone down from the many decrepit bulbs littering the ceiling, and when I finally ceased my flailing, heavy breaths pushing between parted lips, I heard it again, the noise that had stirred me from a restless sleep, a noise I had believed to have come from a dream but was now making itself known in space I couldn't deny. There was a sickening churn of dread that twisted my insides at the thought that I could be dead. What else explains this level of fucking batshit insane? So what? My life comes to an end? One random Wednesday? On my way to work? Just splat and I'm gone? Did I fall on the tracks? Get shanked on my way in? If so, why can't I remember it, and why, please God, why am I left here? Haunting my own workplace? What kind of fucked up joke is this? And how cliche is that? But what if I wasn't dead? What then? I'm not equipped to deal with this shit. All I wanted was a nice, easy life. Get my paycheck at the end of every month and rot in front of my TV. Was that too much to ask? Tap, tap, tap. It was coming from the furthest reaches of the warehouse, louder this time, as if purposefully trying to steal my attention away from my ever-spiraling thoughts. It wasn't mice. It was too loud, too forceful, and way too slow. So now, I was left posed with two options. Either ignore the creepy sound, sit back at my desk and pretend it didn't exist, or walk towards whatever it was with my crappy phone torch and investigate. As much as I loved sitting here in my own misery, I couldn't do that forever. And ultimately, I was either going to find out that I am actually dead, or B, eventually die here anyway. So I gathered what little courage I had left floating around inside of me and pulled my phone off charge. Like I had previously stated, the warehouse itself wasn't all that big, especially in comparison to large corporations like Amazon. I liked it on any normal day, but as I proceeded down the longest aisle of the building to reach the back end of the space, it began to feel as though I was getting nowhere. The weak shine of my phone's torch only aiding in illuminating just a few feet in front of me. I've worked here a little over a year, and I can tell you with utmost certainty that it takes only about 2 minutes to walk the length of the building at a brisk pace. Sure, I had been trepidatious to find the source of the sound, so I may have been moving slower than I usually would, but it was getting ridiculous. I pushed on even when every fiber of my being told me to stop. Time moved weirdly now. Every movement I made felt slow and muted, like wading through a thick marsh, and no matter how long I walked, I never seemed to grow any closer to the back of the warehouse. In fact, the space ahead of me felt distorted and elongated, thinning almost to a point in the far distance. It continued on like this for what felt like a lifetime. Each footfall bouncing off the walls, adding to the pressure I could feel clutching at my skull. I began to regret my decision, and when I had all but convinced myself it was no longer worth it to keep going, a green hue sputtered and buzzed to life, beams splaying out across a wall that was not there moments ago. I glanced up, eyes fixating on a fire exit sign hanging atop a freshly materialized back door. The light coming from the sign felt unnaturally bright in contrast to the rest of the room. The glow hummed in an almost nauseating way, twisting my stomach up in knots every time the electricity pulsed. It felt like I was being taunted, in some weird fucked up way, but at least now I could see the back wall, which meant I was surely closer to the final aisle that branched off to the right of me. The scratching had been a persistent cacophony that grated on my eardrums, but now there was yet another noise. It sounded like someone was sniveling, as if they were desperately trying to hold back tears. I stopped dead in my tracks, muscles seizing in alarm at the very human sound emanating from somewhere above me. Isn't this what I had wanted? Some proof that I wasn't the only fucker left on the planet? But in that moment I felt no relief. My skin grew clammy, a cold sweat building upon petrified skin. The grip I had on my phone tightened until I could feel the edges digging red divots in vulnerable skin. And with the best will in the world, I could not keep the stream of light from bouncing in trepidation as I lifted the torch higher. Above me was an endless tower of twisted metal. What was once an aligned and sturdy pallet rack was now looming over me, a mass of concave shelving that folded over itself again and again, reaching impossible heights as though no ceiling existed anymore to prevent its growth as it stretched into the abyss. It groaned under its own weight, unstable and twitching as the crying grew louder. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. My jaw swung open from the absurdity I was bearing witness to. Unsure, I reached a tentative hand out, fingers dancing along the rusted metal. Its orange rot flaked off gently at my touch, dancing momentarily in the air before descending slowly onto the ground in front of me. So different from when I had last locked eyes on the shelves. How new they had looked then, and how old they were now. Any stock that had been placed on the shelving was seemingly gone, and I watched on in disbelief as the tower in front of me swayed dangerously. The further my gaze wandered up, and somewhere up there was a lone box, a large one that would typically be used to store large quantities of items. It was the only thing left on the racking, and the longer I stared, the quicker I realized that the low moans and watery breath were coming from inside of it. Whatever was in there moved slightly, its body dragging against the thin material that confined it. The box was too high up for even the reach truck. There was also a very real chance that the vehicle wouldn't even work in the crazy-ass pocket dimension I found myself in. If I wanted to know what was up there, I was gonna have to climb. Fuck that. No. I refused then, and I refuse now, as I sit here writing this. Climbing up that contorted pile of metal was exactly how I was going to die here if I tried, and who knows what fucking monstrosity is up there. So I ran. I had run as fast as my legs would carry me away from the sound and obtrusive mass that bent unnaturally, higher and higher, into what was now just a stretch of nothingness above me. This place was unraveling. Each passing hour seemed to distort different parts of the warehouse, and on my mad dash back toward the only place I felt any sort of comfort, my desk. It had taken me twice as long to clear the winding pathway back, and yet the wailing only grew louder, and my already dwindling sense of safety was slipping through my fingers yet again. So now, here we are, 42 hours in, and I have no idea what to do. The Wi-Fi keeps dipping in and out, so I don't know if this will upload at all. I don't even know if there is anyone out there. Let me start off by expressing how fucking relieved I am that somewhere outside of this hellhole the world is still spinning. Sure, I'm still stuck here wondering how I'm going to get out, but at least I know that there's a place I can escape to as opposed to the alternative. I think it's been a few days since I first tried to reach out to people. I can't be certain though. The flow of time has felt distorted and slow, ever since the appearance of the fire exit and, well, Marisol, but I'll get to that soon. Even as I sit here under the dim hue of the computer screen, I can still see the sickly green glow of that sign creeping ever closer and spilling across the floor. I've spent the majority of my time having an internal battle on what my next moves are. I'm tired, hungry, and quickly approaching my wit's end. Yet the fear paralyzes me all the same. The complete lack of understanding is throwing me through a loop, and I can't seem to get a handle on anything. One minute I'm stewing in my own pity, asking the empty space around me what I had done to deserve this. The next, I'm creating a game plan, scribbling messily on a stack of old envelopes I found wedged between two boxes at my feet. The problem is there was a stubbornness in me that fought very hard to keep my feet pinned to the only place left that gave me any sort of comfort. After my trip down what felt like the rabbit hole Alice stumbled into, I was reluctant to venture anywhere outside of the vicinity of the low light emanating from my laptop screen. I didn't want to be in Wonderland anymore. There was nothing wonderful about it. Eventually, the twist of unforgiving hunger had begun to gnaw at my insides like a ravenous animal that had been cornered for far too long. I had reached a point of no longer being able to ignore it, glancing at the disarray that was my desk. Empty cereal boxes and crushed water bottles splayed out across the table. I knew that I had no choice in the matter. I couldn't grovel in my own shit anymore. I looked toward the speaker, now laying on the floor by my feet. It had died, and in a fit of rage and panic, I had flung the item off the desk. The only charger that fit into the port was upstairs in the now locked office. I knew it was irrational to get so wound up, but the music brought me some form of comfort, especially considering I had nothing else to drown out the sound of sorrowful moaning that still emanated down the aisle. My eyes bounced around the small space I had carved out for myself, wondering what else around me would be useful. In my search, I had stumbled upon our old radio that, as a collective workforce, agreed to retire when, for some unknown reason, the damn thing would only play a repeat of 3 songs, no matter the station we attuned it to. It was a freaky little detail about this place I had long since forgotten and had never put all that much stock into. It was weird, sure, and it had done well to entertain us on occasion. Hazing the new employee with our spooky radio was always fun. But in time, it lost its charm, and the constant repeat of songs had us putting that little old radio to rest. In my peripheral, I noticed that the light to the staff room kitchen had flickered on. I squinted at the new development, suspiciously. It was like this place knew I needed to get more supplies, and in its own way, it was fucking with me. Looking down at the dusty contraption in my hand, I wasn't really sure how radio frequencies would work here, as my trembling fingers fiddled with a slightly bent antenna. To be fair, I didn't even know if it even worked at all anymore, but my phone was no longer charging, and the laptop in front of me refused to open any new tabs other than the one I am currently sitting on. I could feel my frustration rise when all that met my ears was the sound of biting static. I shook the radio defiantly for a few seconds before a tired sigh left my lips. All I was asking for was a little distraction from the constant barrage of crying that had stolen any form of restful sleep from me. Thrusting the contraption down onto the desk harshly, I ran a shaky hand through my hair. What good was this stupid radio anyway? It wouldn't protect me. I found myself gazing between the door to the staff room and my desk periodically. I needed to grow a pair and get myself some kind of food and water. What if this place abstracts any further and I no longer have a kitchen to go to? I was being ridiculous and putting myself more at risk than I already was. so I stepped tentatively away from the soft glow of the screen, throwing a poisonous glare in the direction of the radio as I pressed closer to the door, happy with the fact it hadn't taken what felt like an eternity to get there, unlike my previous adventure. When I approached the glass slat in the doorframe, something glinted under the fluorescent lights from the room on the other side. I paused, hand hovering just a few inches from the wooden frame. The glass was wet. Droplets of condensation lazily slid from a spot just about eye level. There was a quickly dissipating fog pressed to the glass, the kind of mark that gets left when hot breath meets a cold surface. I cringed at the thought that something could have been there only moments before, and I had somehow missed it. The only thing that moved me forward was the throbbing deep within my stomach. Pushing the door open slowly, I poked my head through the small gap, eyes tracing over the room, trying to decipher if there was anything noticeably different. The room was small and claustrophobic, walls pressing closer than before. There was a thick shroud of umbra creeping from the corners of the room. It told me in no uncertain terms that this room was disappearing. With this newfound knowledge, I rushed into the space and made a beeline for the kitchen. Now was the time to grab any essentials I needed before I no longer had the chance. My frantic haul bore little fruit in the end, but it would have to do. I spared not even a second glance as I pushed my way back into the open space of the warehouse. It was then that static filled my senses. I stopped dead in my tracks, loose packets of crisps and other snacks from the cupboard pouring from my bloated pockets. The radio was now upright on the desk, the tiny screen flickering in disarray as it bounced between frequencies. The cadence of a few different voices strung together a sentence, words coming out in awkward stutters as the stations jumped from place to place, but there was no denying what I had heard. I like your skin. And just like that, I had lost my appetite. Something was definitely toying with me. I think deep down I knew that from the start, as much as I had tried to convince myself otherwise. Ultimately, it was the push I needed to steel my nerves and make the decision to investigate the back door. There was a fire lit under my ass now. I wanted out. Pulling the bag from under my desk, I emptied the sparse contents and began to stuff it with food and bottled water. The goal was to not end up back here, if I could manage it, if it was even possible. With the strap of the bag hiked on trembling shoulders, I found myself staring at one of the forklifts. Maybe I could drive down the aisle, considering it took me what felt like days to walk to the exit before. I pulled myself up onto the forklift. The fabric of the seat was cold against my jeans, and a small cloud of my own breath floated about my face with every nervous exhale as I got my bearings. Stashing the bag behind me, I swiveled back to the controls, fingers fumbling in the dark as I tried to find the key that usually sat in a small compartment to the left of the steering wheel, movements growing ever impatient. I glided my hands across random bits of crap that had accumulated there over the years of use, and when I finally felt the bumpy ridges of metal buried under some old paperwork, a small smile crept its way onto my face. The drive down was a slow slog of anticipation and unease. I was right in my assumption that it would be quicker, though I have no idea how much of that is pure luck or due to the fact this place was a temperamental nightmare and wholly unpredictable. The outer cage of the vehicle provided me with some comfort nonetheless as I traveled down the impossibly long stretch of space. To my surprise, the previously towering heap of metal that had defied all reason was no longer a contorted mess. Instead, a very ordinary-looking build stood back in its place, lone box still perched on the highest rung. Either way, it had made no difference in my mind. Opting to forgo my curiosity, I ended up face to face with a large door that was so familiar and so alien all at once. I had been through it so many times, and yet now I stood before it with anxiety thrumming under my skin. Usually just behind it would sit an old crooked bench that bowed and hissed whenever anyone sat on it. The floor often littered in old cigarette butts and snails that would lazily travel towards the overgrown tufts of grass and brambles. Who knows what lay past it now? To my utter dismay, the damn thing wouldn't budge, and I tried. Oh boy, did I try. At first with my shoulders, pushing all my weight against an unyielding force, and when that didn't work, I wound my leg back, and with all the force I could muster, I kicked the door. I don't really know what I had expected to happen, but when a loud clang of my steel toe caps met the thick metal of the door, a sharp pang zapped through my ankle bone. I'm a fucking idiot, but I had to give myself some grace. This whole situation was screwing with my head, and at this point, I was so wound up and desperate that I was just about ready to try anything to get the fuck out of here. Swiveling on my heel, I marched back over to the truck. I flung myself atop the seat and wasted no time in putting my foot down hard against the pedal in a rash decision to ram into the fucker. And yet, unsurprisingly, all it had amounted to was a mild case of whiplash as the truck's forks collided with the heavy door. The sound of metal on metal ricocheted around my skull momentarily as the truck all but jolted to a complete stop, nearly flinging me from my seat. Great. That had done sweet fuck all. It took me a few moments to register the fact that crying I had grown semi-used to at this point had stopped, which in a strange way unnerved me more. I sat there in a silence that had evaded me for days, ears straining for any kind of movement. Nothing. I glanced back towards the racking, neck twisting uncomfortably as I weighed up my options. I didn't want to die here, but an intense sense of needing to know what was up there pushed against a more logical mind. If the forklift still worked after my crash course directly into the door, I could use the forks to bring the pallet down. If I didn't like what I saw, I could always drive the box into the racking, and hopefully that will be enough to kill whatever it is. It didn't take long to reverse the now dented vehicle and align it with the box that was currently still and quiet. The suspense only growing as the mast of the truck slowly crept higher and higher. My free foot tapped against the floor in rapid succession in an attempt to calm my fraying nerves. My mind was reeling with the possibilities of what I was about to find, and no matter how many times my thoughts spiraled, I had no idea what I was about to find. The forks were mere inches from the underside of the pallet now, hovering just in front of the box. I allowed the mast of the truck to extend until it was sitting atop the metal slates. I sat there for a lot longer than I would like to admit, eyes fixated on the top of the cardboard. The dim light coming from the truck was barely bright enough for me to see much of anything, but I didn't need to move from my seat to be able to see dark splotches of moisture soaking in the thin layers of the box. It wasn't blood. No, it looked more like grease or something akin to it. When the pallet was safely on the ground, I slid reluctantly from my seat, coming to a stiff stand still only a few feet from the one object in this place that had been a consistency and an enigma all wrapped up into one. I had nowhere else to go. No obvious signs of escape, and the only thing that was left unchecked sat before me. So I took a few steps towards it, until my palm rested on one of the flaps. I allowed for another moment to collect myself before peeling back the veil slowly. There were a lot of things my mind had supplied to me during this whole ordeal, that there would be some deformed monster ready to pounce and eat my soul, or some form of demon, maybe even the devil himself. Far be it from a religious man, I had been questioning my reality and what lay beyond a lot more than I ever have before since being stuck here, slowly rotting away. What else was there to do, except ponder one of life's greatest mysteries? So when my gaze flicked anxiously down to meet a thick head of brown hair, I recoiled from the shock. It had been so far from what I had prepared myself to see. When whoever was inside made no effort to stand or acknowledge me, I found myself peering over the top of the box yet again, brows drawn in concern. It was a girl, hunched in the corner, folded uncomfortably within herself. Her thick, tangled hair covered the majority of her slender face. The sound of me moving must have finally roused her, because in a matter of seconds, her eyes met mine and all sense of dread melted from me in an instant. It was Marisol. I don't know how or why, but here she was, looking up at me with a blank expression, pupils dilated and milky in their sockets. What the fuck? I mumbled to myself before leaning further into the box. Marisol? I think hearing her own name is what ultimately pulled her from whatever dissociative state she had been in. Her head jerked slightly in surprise before squinting up at me for a second time. Only this time she could see me. There was a small part of my brain that was screaming at me to stay cautious. What if it wasn't actually her? What if this was a trap? Was that you? Crying all that time? I tried in a hushed tone. Marisol seemed to ponder this a moment, a look of confusion glazing over her taut features. Crying, she asked, one hand coming up to rub at her forearm. Something about this particular action sent a wave of relief flooding through me. It was a habit I noticed Marisol had pretty early on in our friendship. When the girl was anxious, she would often rub at her arms to keep herself present in the moment, and that simple act humanized her before me. This wasn't some fucking demon. This was my friend. She blinked a few more times before speaking again, her voice sounding strained as it crackled deep in her throat. I don't like it here, Ellis. A moment of silence drifted between us before a crazed look flashed in her eyes. her slender hand coming to grab at my arm that was now dangling just slightly over the lip of the box. Her hands were ice cold as they curled around my exposed flesh. "I want this to be over," she wailed, her grip tightening as she did so. "I've been here for fucking ages. I want it to stop. Please, God, make it stop." Her unsteady hold had me almost teetering over the edge of the unstable cardboard. The shock of what she had just said sent jolts of burning hot terror down to my very core. "I saw you at work yesterday," I muttered. We both stewed in the silence that followed for an indescribable amount of time, both staring into each other's eyes in some kind of unspoken horror that we now shared. I lightly tugged on her arm in a silent question to see if she wanted to get out of the box she had been stuck in for however fucking long it had been. She nodded her head and pulled her shaky legs underneath herself, coming to an unsteady stance. Using the knife I had stashed away in my pocket in case things had gotten hairy, I cut away the side of the box and gently hoisted Marisol away from the pallet until she was situated next to me. "How long have you been here? And how the fuck did you end up in that?" She shook her head, dislodging a few stray tears. "I don't know. I showed up to work one day and then I never left. No one ever came. Until you." "And the box?" I gently probed. "I don't want to talk about it. And that was it." I didn't want to push her. She was frozen to the bone and barely standing upright on her own. None of this made any kind of sense. How had she survived up there without even a drop of water for God knows how long? I think the confusion had been evident on my face as we drove back towards the other end of the warehouse. She shrugged beside me, shoulder lightly brushing mine. "I thought I was going to die up there. But you get used to the hunger pains eventually, and then it just stops hurting. It's not natural, but nothing about this place is." We didn't speak much after that, so I pulled up the other chair and sat her close to the heater. It didn't take long for her to fall asleep, and now here we are. Day whatever the fuck in the shithole. At least I'm not alone anymore. There's something wrong with Marisol. I think she's been here too long. Isolated and devoid of all hope. It scares me to see her this way. We both started around the same time. Both the youngest employees, coupled with the fact we learned the ins and outs of this place together. It was no surprise that we hit it off so well. She was witty and kind, had an open mind, and we often found ourselves putting the world to rights. She helped make those long and boring days go by in an instant. Many of the older members of staff often joked about us ending up together, but that wasn't the nature of our relationship. Besides, I wasn't interested in the opposite sex. I think that's why she felt comfortable getting close to me. There were no ulterior motives on either end. We had only known each other for 2 years, barely any time at all, but she was one of the first people I'd met that made me feel truly seen. Have you ever had a friendship like that? It made my gut churn at the thought that someone so kind had ended up in a place like this. I care about her more than I thought I would ever care about a person I had met through work. And seeing someone who would often light up the room she was in reduced to a quiet, nervous wreck clenched at my heart like a vice. It made this all feel so much more real, knowing that, sooner or later, this is how I was going to end up. And if we both lose hope, we won't ever leave. I could never admit this to her face, but she frightened me now. With the way she would drift off into her own mind, would mutter things to me that sometimes didn't make any sense. Just like the walls that confined us, she had become unpredictable. A few hours into our first night together, the tendrils of sleep had wrapped themselves around me and pulled me into probably one of the deeper sleeps that I had managed to have here. My original goal was to stay up and keep watch over Marisol, but even with her strange behavior, I must have found some comfort subconsciously because it hadn't taken me long to pass out in my chair. I was roused when something brushed against my cheek. It was light and it tickled as it danced across my skin. Behind closed lids, I could see a dark mass hanging close to my face. It rocked ever so slightly. I shifted in my seat, slowly ebbing and flowing into consciousness, confusion fogging my mind. A small part of me knew something was different. That something was wrong. I hadn't quite come to when the sound of heavy breathing filtered into my ears, musty puffs of hot air blowing directly into my own mouth, and then something began to drip from above me, falling onto my chin, and when warm liquid hit the back of my throat, my eyes sprung open, pulse beating against my chest, in quick succession as I gagged and retched, head nearly colliding with a hard mass directly above me. It was Marisol, only a few centimeters from my face, pupils the size of pinpricks as they rolled around in the sockets. Mouth agape, head bobbing slowly forward and backward. as if her neck couldn't bear the weight of it. She had drool seeping down her chin and dripping into unkempt hair, and then her lips started to move, frantically spewing discombobulated words. It took my face, it took my face, it took my face. I was so taken aback, I didn't know what to do. Her hair dangled over me, sweat dripping from her brow as she whispered the same thing over and over and over again. In a panic, I reached out to grab her shoulders, shaking her harsher than I had intended. "Stop!" she gasped, body flinging backwards, stumbling over drunken legs until falling flat against the floor. She stared at me, fear pooling in her eyes, shoulders hiked up at her neck. What the fuck? Instantly feeling bad, I shot from my seat, hands outstretched. "Shit, Mar. I'm sorry. You were freaky. Don't touch me," she yelled. There was a wild air about Mar now, her lips curled back past clenched teeth, and her fingers, they were buried deep in her thighs, the jagged point of those nails sinking into the flesh that sat underneath dirtied fabric. I nodded my head, opting to sit back in my seat. I think had I continued to tower over her, she would have only continued to get more upset. "Okay, I'll sit right here, all right? Just please. You're hurting yourself, Mar." We sat like that for a while, Marisol quietly rocking on the floor with her knees drawn up under her chin. I didn't know what to do to make this better. Promising anything to her felt like a lie. Instead, I let a small smile play upon my lips, a light chuckle shortly following. "Do you remember when we first got to know each other and thought it would be a great idea to hang out after work? I ended up chatting shit all night. We were dog-tired the next day for that shift." My voice petered off as she flicked her gaze up toward me. "It was worth it, though," I added finally. The quiet rocking came to a halt as she continued to stare. I didn't think I was going to get a response until a light scoff fell from her lips. "It was your fault, you know. Wouldn't shut up even after I told you to go to bed." I laughed at that, leaning back in my chair as the tension began to dissipate. But yeah, it was worth it. It felt weird to think about that, how different our lives were now. As we sat, shrouded in darkness and mystery, the frigid air dancing around us, nipping at our skin and encompassing our bones, leaving us hollow. I wanted her to know that despite all of this, I was still there for her. I wanted her to know that even if this is where we die, I was thankful I got to spend it with someone I loved instead of alone in our own special corner of hell. "I'm sorry," she whispered, a dainty hand coming up to flick away the tears that fell. I shook my head in quiet rebuttal. "You don't need to apologize to me. But Mar? What's going on with you? What's happened in the time you've spent here? You must notice it. Something is different about you." Marisol flinched at the words, gaze flicking to the floor in an instant, but she nodded. "Something happened. I can't remember what, but for a time I wasn't alone here. There was something watching, observing." She groaned in frustration. "I can't get my stupid brain to work properly. I know something happened to me in that fucking cardboard box, but I just don't remember what." I could see the way she started to wind herself up at the notion, so ready to belittle and demean, as if any of this was her fault. "It's okay, we've got each other now, yeah? Going forward, we try and figure this shit out together." Marisol sighed, unfurling her tense shoulder to gaze down to the green smudge of light flickering in the distance. "You actually think we're getting out of this?" I wanted to tell her yes, that I did think we stood some chance of getting back to a place that made sense, but the words remained stuck in my throat. So I said nothing, which Marisol took as answer enough. She had been right, you know, how excruciating the pangs of hunger were, how I had begged for reprieve. Mar had sat through it with me as I writhed on the floor, a few days after we had run out of supplies. She reminded me that it wouldn't last forever, and that for whatever reason, we wouldn't die. It did little to comfort me, but I appreciated it when I was able to comprehend the words. It's been what feels like a few days now, and the more I sit here driving myself insane, the more I believe that we aren't dead, but we're not alive either. Somehow, some way, we're stuck in the in-between. Wherever we are, though, it clearly doesn't operate under the same logic or science as we have come to understand it, which makes it incredibly hard to do almost anything without taking a huge risk and seeing what the outcome is. When I checked how long ago the last message I sent out was posted, it told me only 2 days, yet it feels like it's been at least a handful for me. Me and Marisol have been trying to get into the security system for the building on this laptop now that it's finally working semi-normally, if a bit slow and janky, There had been a day or two of getting frustratingly nowhere, but today was the day we finally got into it. I had jumped slightly from my seat when one of many attempts at the password finally granted us access. Marisol chuckled breathlessly behind me. "Fucking finally," she muttered as the screen loaded onto 6 mini point of views, each depicting a camera in the building. I glanced toward Mar, pointing at the option to look back on old footage. "You said when I found you that you felt like you had been here for weeks, but I remember you picking me up for work the day before I ended up here. So why don't we look at the cameras? It might give us hands." "Wait, look. The fucking cameras aren't recording us. The lights are on for one, and I can see Brandon." I swiveled my head round in disbelief, only to find that she was right. Not only was she right, but the feed was live. There was a nervous energy radiating from Marisol, gripping my shoulder as she leaned in closer to the screen. I watched as her eyes tracked the movement of our colleagues as they carried on about their day, as if nothing was even wrong. Marisol's face twisted in ire suddenly, and I flicked my gaze back to the grainy footage in front of me. It was undeniable. Right there, in the middle of the bottom left screen, was a familiar mop of brown hair, straightened and neat, so unlike the state we were both in. I narrowed my eyes, focusing on the back of her head. Next to me, Marisol shuddered, and in a watery voice, she whispered, It stole my face." So brazen in its movements, the thing adorning my front skin came to a dead stop in the middle of the last aisle. We watched on with bated breath as its head craned to the side slowly. Marisol pushed back from the screen in shock the moment its face twisted to stare directly into the camera, with a contorted smile stretched across its features and waved. Bolts of icy fear shot down my spine. I closed the system immediately, air evading my lungs. In her panic, Marisol had retreated a few feet from me. She stood there, body wrought with tremors, her words punctured by stuttered gasps. "No, this can't be happening. Why are we here, Ellis? What did we do?" she shouted, motioning one shaky hand out to space around us. "What did we do that was so bad we deserved this?" I didn't have the answers she wanted, and she knew that. It fucking replaced me, took my face, and it'll take yours too. Fuck. The pain in her voice echoed across the room, bouncing from the walls and puncturing my soul. I found myself standing from my chair unsteadily, the sound of my own breath ringing in my ears. I didn't know what to say, couldn't bring myself to speak. The rising panic set deep within my lungs and squeezed until I could taste iron on my tongue. She was right. We were put here to be forgotten, to be replaced. We hadn't seen my doppelganger, but that didn't mean he didn't exist. Maybe whatever it was had to learn about the people it took. Maybe that's why I was never able to shake the feeling of being watched. We had been reduced to lab rats scurrying around the dark in a maze of distortion, tormented as we watched everyone move on with their lives. The dull ache of my fingers pressing crescent moon indents into flesh drew me back from the dark corners of my mind. I stared at Marisol, unable to offer any kind of comfort as she paced the floor in front of me. "So that's it?" she spat, venom lacing her tone. "Whatever that thing is traps us here in some fucked up hellscape, takes over our lives, and what? We just watch it happen until we go fucking insane?" I tried to formulate words, desperate to say something, anything. That would put Marisol at ease, but I could feel myself choking on the devastation. It climbed up from the pit of my stomach and wound around my throat until I was choking on it. I don't really remember much of what happened next. Fear had overwrought my senses. I know, as I sit here recounting the event, that I was sure I was dying at that moment. So unbelievably sure. And if it weren't for Marisol snapping out of her frenzy when she noticed, I would have cracked my head on the desk when my legs gave out from under me. She had caught me though, like she always did, and I came to with gentle fingers combing through my hair. She hummed quietly as I lay there, head in her lap. Her kind eyes gazed down at me as I came to. "I'm so sorry. I keep forgetting that you're just as scared as I am, just as lost." She spoke softly, never ceasing her movements. "I told you already. You don't owe me an apology, Mar." Unlike my usual cadence, my voice came out strained and hoarse. "Rest now," she had said. And I did. What little hope I had left has been snuffed from me. I just want this to fucking end. The space around us is changing again. To be honest, it doesn't even look like a warehouse anymore. The walls have been consumed by thick, black nothingness, and the racking that's left has bowed and bent under an invisible force. The air is thick with rust and decay. and the floor beneath us is falling away little by little. So there we sat, under the weak glow of a screen. I tried looking over the edge of the large hole that opened up where the kitchen used to be. I wish I hadn't. Piles upon piles of rotten flesh met my gaze. When I had finally managed to hold the laptop low enough for the light to reach a little ways down, discarded remains, some bloated, splashes of yellow and deep purple littering stretched skin, others merely a pile of bones, met my horrified stare. The shock of it all nearly cost us our only light source. I had retched over the side of the pit for at least 20 minutes, but there was nothing left to expel. The worst part about it all was that the pit was a deep, cavernous hole. Yet, despite this, the sorrowful gaze of lifeless eyes were but a few meters below the lip of the gaping abyss. A grotesque display of loss, mounted atop each other in heaps, their arms outstretched, stiff and contorted in different directions, as if they had tried to claw their way out from under a grave made of flesh and bone. One face in particular sent a harrowing coldness through my body. Awash with grief, I begged Marisol not to look when she shuffled weakly over to me, attempting to pry me from the side of the pit. A child, no older than 10, was strewn between the bodies, her decaying features staring up directly into my very soul. How fucking terrified she must have been. Her flesh in places was still almost fresh, hanging onto young bones, cursed to never age. She had been stuck here, most likely alone. Recently, I cried for hours. For us. For the little girl with green eyes and the bodies that lay beneath her. Marisol had been growing weaker by the minute, often forgetting things and growing confused. Her skin was like ice to touch, yet sweat dripped profusely from her. I should have known it was a bad omen for the horror that was to come. We had sat, mostly in silence. Mar had been too weak to keep up much conversation as we laid beside each other on the cold, unforgiving floor, hoping to find some comfort. "Will you tell me something?" she whispered. "Anything at all. I hate the silence." I had obliged, recounting some of our own fond memories, and when I ran out of those I pressed on, telling her about my childhood, reminiscing times that brought me joy, the family that I missed and would likely never see again. A gentle hand had come to press softly on my cheek as I did so. "You're crying," she said, all matter of fact, a small smile on her lips. "You speak of things that hurt you, to bring me comfort. You're a good person, Alice. You didn't deserve this." "Neither did you," I mumbled back. Marisol had fallen into a restless sleep after that, pain tugging at her brow until it sat creased on her forehead. A few days ago, to my utmost horror, I noticed something bulging from cold skin. When Marisol had shifted in her sleep, and her top rode up enough to expose her stomach, there was something growing from within her. A putrid sac sprouting from the left side of Marisol's abdomen. It started off quite small, but as time continued to pass us by, it had only grown in size. It didn't take long until it hung from her, bulbous and straining against delicate flesh. So large in its form, she quickly lost the ability to move as it pulsed and undulated, pinning her to the floor, writhing in pain. I held Marisol's hand as tears silently cascaded down her cheeks. A confused look had passed over her face, hand coming to shakily rest on her lower abdomen just beside the sac that rippled periodically. I watched on with bated breath. My whole body began to shake then, knees feeling weak, as they struggled to keep me upright in my kneeling position beside her. Every instinct in me told me to run at that moment, but the love I had for Marisol kept me glued to the spot, my eyes trained on her beside me, fingers interlocked. We both gasped when something began to swell and push against the thin layer of skin that kept the sac in place. She clutched at it in disbelief. The slow and groggy demeanor Marisol had adopted the longer that thing had siphoned the life from her was replaced by a weak but frantic energy. Fear exuded from her in waves. I squeezed at her hand as she called out to me through clenched teeth. "Please help me, get it out." Desperate fingers clawed at the floor as the mass expanded even more, a puddle of blood pooling around us as the skin began to tear. "Fuck, it'll be okay." It was all lies, and the words burned on my tongue as it spewed between my lips, forcing me to choke on my own words. I couldn't breathe, my heart beating frantically against my ribcage as I shirked off my top and pressed it uselessly against the gargantuan tear that only continued to spread. I watched, hopelessly, as the girl before me writhed in pain, her back arching against the cold, unforgiving floor. She wailed as the skin stretched and contorted around the foreign mass. The outline of hands pushing up against the sack had me recoiling, eyes the size of saucers, as I gazed at my friend, unwillingly giving birth to the things that steals faces. My hands hovered uselessly in the space between us, body trembling. The stench of death caught in my throat. A continuous soundscape of pain and terror permeated the air around us. I could hear the strain of Marisol's vocal cords, as the thing within her pushed against flesh once again with more ferocity. I didn't want to look, but my eyes were transfixed on her bloated form as she squirmed on the wet ground. I don't want to die. Please, Ellis, help me. She begged for me to save her, and yet there was nothing I could do. My heart shattered into fine dust, blowing away, leaving me just an empty pit of despair, not unlike the space we had been left to rot in. I am ashamed to admit that the grotesque display before me had frozen me in place, her anguish reaching a desperate crescendo that reverberated around my skull. And then Marisol's pleas began to peter off, the last of her energy used. Form now slumped bonelessly against the blood-sodden ground, my vision blurred with unshed tears. I called out to her, hand reaching forward, until the sack all but burst open. Long and thin fingers curled around the flayed flaps of skin. I watched it begin to pull itself free, its stiff and aborted movements pushing yellowish pus from deep within the growth, landing with a sickening slap against the ground, now merely just discarded offal. It seemed to almost unfold itself from within her, shoulders popping out into place, its slender and malnourished form curling its spine as it dragged itself free. The thing was completely drenched in her blood, its thin dark hair flattened against its misshapen head. It stared at me for a few moments before clambering over itself and scuttling away into the darkness. And I was left alone, the corpse of my friend staring back at me through unseeing eyes. I didn't move for a long time, bulging eyes transfixed on Marisol, who was swimming in her own blood. She died with terror painted across her features, and even in death, she did not look at peace. I didn't cry. I don't really know if that's because I was in shock, or because I had nothing left to give. Even when the warm red ocean beneath her seeped into the fabric of my jeans and grew cold in the frigid air, I continued to sit there. She had begun to forget herself towards the end, and then that thing grew out of her like a sickness. Like she was just part of some fucked up reproductive system for these things to infest the real world, and now that Marisol's body had produced a new one, I'm sure it will watch me, will do whatever it did to Marisol up in that box, and the same fate will meet me. I keep going over the days leading up to being stuck here. If the thing that wore Marisol's skin did anything strange to me that ended up becoming the catalyst to ending up here, is it just this building? Are there more places out there that have been infected by whatever these things are, and how do they have the power to manipulate an entire area? I wish I had a way of answering these questions. It kills me to know that nothing I say or do will prevent this shit from happening again. I don't wish this fate on anyone. I hope everyone out there reading this will continue to have a normal life and will never be exposed to whatever the fuck this is. I thought long and hard about pushing Marisol's body into the pit. I couldn't look at her like that anymore. But in the end, I wasn't able to bring myself to do that to her. She deserved a proper burial, but that wasn't something I could provide her here. So instead, I laid my discarded top over her face, and I said a few words to a person who would never get to hear them. Now I sit here, waiting for death. There's nothing more to do. That thing took the top I had laid over Marisol's face. Not only that, it had forced her head at an awkward angle so that she was staring at me, her skin swollen and pale under the dim light. Eyes wide open, jaw unhinged and contorted awkwardly on her face from the mere aggressiveness of its hold when it had forced her bones to grind against rigor mortis until she was gazing at me from the ground. It was horrifying enough knowing that there had been heaps of dead bodies below my feet, but having to stare at a face I'd seen alive only a day prior was far worse. It was someone that I knew, someone that I cared about. It twisted my stomach in a way I can't describe. The pus and weird greasy liquid that had spilled from her had hardened against stony flesh and begun to smell even more pungent as time passed me by. Her limbs rigid and heavy. I know this because I tried to move her so that I didn't have to gaze into the milky whites of her eyes anymore. It didn't work. She was too hard to shift, my knees sliding across the stained floor until I landed harshly on top of her chest. It was only then that the tears finally came. Grief ran freely down my cheeks. as I gently brushed my fingertips over her eyes until the lids closed. The otherwise silent space, broken by the desperate repetition of broken apologies tumbling from my lips. When I looked down at her face, ignoring the mess of flesh that hung in ribbons around a still form, I could almost convince myself that she was sleeping. It was the only solace I was ever going to get, the only kind of closure. I hate the fact that I left her there, but I managed to get out. You're probably wondering how. It was no easy task, and I was fully prepared to die, trying when the opportunity arose. After the wretched thing had scuttled into the darkest corners of this place, I had sat motionless for an indiscernible amount of time, thinking myself in circles until I tried to distract my addled mind by writing. Something caught my eye, however, when I noticed a familiar light emanating from somewhere deep within the pit that sat now only feet from my hunched position at the desk. It was a sickly green hue that I had only seen when the fire exit still existed. It had borne no importance at the time, but something compelled me to peer over the edge. Now that there was a light shining up towards me, instead of the meek display of the laptop, I could see a door under the faint glow. It illuminated the dead in a new way, adding an almost spectral radiance to the massive bodies just below me. Nothing about it looked inviting, but what else was I going to do at this point? The door looked open, and that was enough for me. I needed to get out of here, and if that meant I was going to have to climb down a mountain of decay to do it, then that's exactly what I was going to fucking do. Before I had a chance to steel my nerves and jump headlong into the hole at my feet, a strange, almost animalistic cry echoed through the air. I glanced out at the open space, unsure of where it was coming from. Wherever it was, though, it was getting closer. In a frantic attempt to hide, I nearly fell over my own feet as I squished myself under the desk, pulling the chair flush against the gap, hoping that the darkness would be enough to shroud me from view. No sooner than I had ceased all movement, a figure emerged. I nearly choked on my own tongue when the face that greeted me was none other than Marisol herself. Only the expression she wore was wrong. Eyes devoid of kindness, darkened and primal as it skulked closer to the real body of my friend. It spared only a fleeting glance toward her before scanning the area I was usually hauled up in. And then, in a voice that sounded uncannily like Marisol's, it spoke. "Alice?" A pregnant pause permeated the air, both waiting in anticipation for the other to react, and when no such thing happened, in a soft tone, it uttered, "It's me." When I refused to yield to its attempts at misdirection, its face twisted in irritation, and in a harsher and almost deeper tone, it growled, "Alice." I watched as it tilted its head, listening for any kind of noise. A blank expression stretched across stolen skin, until it flicked its gaze back toward Marisol, foregoing its search for me to straddle her. Crouching down low enough that the frayed ends of its hair dragged over frozen features, a low chittering from the back of its throat buzzed through the drums of my ears as it gawked at its prey. A twinge of discomfort pinched at the muscles in my back as I tried desperately to stay as still as possible. I was surprised that it hadn't noticed me, considering this thing lived and breathed the darkness before it took a new form. But who was I to question it? Currently, I was safe, and that was all that mattered. I could feel anger flare deep within my gut when it trailed its painted nails down Marisol's face, the tips digging harshly into her features. And then its slow movements stilled, head snapping to the right, when the sound of a rapidly approaching shuffling stole both of our attention. It was difficult to see at first, but crawling up on all fours was the second one. I hadn't really taken much time in observing the way it looked before, but now, as I sat folded into the tiny space below the desk, my eyes raked over its slender form. Its skin had a grayish tint to it, almost reminiscent of a corpse. The thin layer stretched over emaciated bones, all sharp angles and pointy features. It moved unlike anything I had seen before, almost too quick for its stature. Limbs just that little bit too long as it scuttled across the ground. It had a human-esque physique, 2 legs and 2 arms, but the limbs bent awkwardly at the joints, keeping itself low to the ground, only lifting its head when it came to a stop beside the other. Its head twitched left and right a few times before echoing the chittering sound back at Marisol's imposter, and then the one on the ground set itself at the feet of the other, jaw dislocating as it opened its maw to an impossibly large size, rows of tiny razor-sharp teeth littering the inside of its throat, the tips glinting under the weak light. I never did deal with the sight of puke well, but what came next assaulted almost every sense I had. Standing from its crouched position, the thing wearing Marisol's face began to heave. not unlike a cat trying to dislodge a particularly stubborn hairball, back arching up and down with every deep retch, and then, as if someone had turned on a tap, a thick, dark sludge poured from its mouth directly into the waiting gullet below it. The smell hit me like a freight train. It burned the inside of my nostrils and coated my throat with the stench of rotten meat as the reminisce of dead animals, fingers and congealed and matted balls of hair tangled in its teeth. I could still see parts of the scalp it had been torn from dangling from the strands. I watched on through squinted eyes, a grimace pulling at the corners of my mouth as every last drop was swallowed down. One thing was for certain, though. These things could come and go freely from this place. This new revelation reaffirmed the eagerness I felt to flee it, thrummed under my skin, but I had to wait until they left. I don't think the one that fed the other is all that fussed about where I am. It knows I'm close and thinks I can't leave this place. That's probably why it hasn't tried all that hard to find me. I'll give them credit, they aren't stupid. They stayed longer than I thought they would, my body shaking from the strain of staying hidden for so long. At one point, I was sure they were simply not going to leave, but I was fortunately proven wrong. In the end, the one walking Marisol's skin around made its way into the hole. Confirming my theory, the other found its way toward the racking, using far too much agility to climb the twisted metal. During its ministrations, however, it had grabbed at a loose beam. Accidentally pulling it free, it tumbled with a harsh clang down onto the ground. I could use that for protection. I waited at least another 10 minutes before I finally slid out from under the desk. I wanted to be sure that they weren't coming back. They had never openly called for me before. Never walked directly into the only part of the warehouse that felt semi-safe, which meant that the intention had changed, and I certainly didn't need to be followed when I went for the door. If it was still even open, that is. That thought stunted my enthusiasm in one fell swoop. If I jumped down onto the heap of bodies, I was not getting back up. So if I wasn't able to get through the door, I would be stuck indefinitely marinating in the smell of death. Squaring my shoulders, I curled my fingers around the jagged piece of metal, the weight of it heavy in my hand. I had to do this. I knew that if this failed, there was only one other way to get this nightmare to end. And if it came to it, I wouldn't even think twice. I wasn't going to allow them to use me as some sort of fucked up womb to bring more of those abominations into the world. I had been lucky in finding an old ratty fleece stuffed inside the boxes I had flattened when I clambered under the desk. It was thin and dirty, but I didn't care. It was enough to take the biting edge off the cold. I had grown semi-used to it anyway at this point. I wasn't sure of what was waiting for me on the other side of that door. This place had somehow kept me alive without food or water, so I really could be dead or only alive because I'm here. I could end up back in reality and simply drop on the spot, because due to the laws of life I was used to, that's what should have happened days ago. I pulled my arms through old material and did my best to steel my nerves. My hands shook all the same. I was about to face a mountain of bodies, and from what I could see, all of their eyes were open. Well, all those that still had eyes. It sent an unpleasant shudder down my spine. Walking over to the drop, I crouched down and tried to determine if the fall would, under normal circumstances, kill me, but it didn't seem too far down. My scrutinizing stare instinctively skittered off to the side when I accidentally gazed into the green eyes of the little girl. It really was now or never. My shoulders slumped. I could feel the burn of guilt against my back where Marisol lay. I didn't want to leave her in a place like this. She should be coming with me, not lying motionless on the floor, but this was the harsh reality of it all. An unsaid promise floated between us before I dangled my feet over the pit. I would find a way to kill the thing that stole her from life, regardless of the repercussions I may face. In a strange way, falling through the air felt kind of freeing. It was terrifying and exhilarating all at once. The adrenaline in my veins, pumping the blood through my system at a rapid pace as I landed harshly against stiff bone. I had slightly misjudged where I would land, and upon impact I felt myself careening to the side, hands shooting out desperately to find purchase. As I dug my hold into the mass of flesh below me, I felt my fingers press against something that felt alarmingly like jelly. There was a pop and they sunk in deeper. To my horror, I realized that I had just sunk my index finger into the eye socket of one of their victims. I cringed, pulling myself upright as quickly as possible to relinquish my hold. Rubbing the slimy consistency across dirty jeans, I took stock of my position, head tipping back to look at the edge I had only moments ago been staring over. There really was no going back now. It was much darker than I had expected, and it took me a few minutes to locate the metal beam I had dropped down before I followed suit, trying my hardest to ignore what I was standing atop. I sighed with relief when my fingers brushed a cold surface. Bringing the object close to my chest, I began my unsteady descent further into the pit, the dim glow of green lighting my way just barely. The smell was rancid. It hung in the air like a thick blanket, dense and hard to push through, but after what felt like an eternity, I stumbled over the last limb, still instinctively trying to mind my step. Not that it would have mattered, but it felt disrespectful clambering over these poor people. I thought I was home free. The door was open, and to my utmost shock, I could see my own apartment in Gary, Indiana, staring back at me across the threshold. It didn't make any kind of sense, and alarm bells were sounding somewhere at the back of my mind, but the fundamental instinct to stay alive shot me forward. I felt the air shift when my left foot breached the doorway. I was almost there, almost home, but in an instant, I felt something grab at the back of the fleece, and just like that, I was ripped from the doorway and thrown backwards. I cried out in surprise and pain as I crashed against the floor, breath well and truly knocked from my lungs. My eyes trailed across the dark space. The ice-cold maw of impending doom chewed at the nerve endings under my skin. And then there was a shift in the darkness, feeling my adrenaline spike tenfold. I gripped the floor beneath me and pushed myself to my feet, the hairs across my skin rising. I waited and listened. The sound of labored breathing and low chittering floated in the space, my heart cracking against a tight chest. The odd breathing permeating from the darkness began to pick up in what seemed like excitement and anticipation. As if on the precipice of a giggle, I had to do something. I couldn't just stand here and wait for it to do whatever it wanted to do with me, not when I was this close to getting out. My hands shakily tightened on the metal beam in my grasp. Endless. The words came out in a mixture of low and high tones, as if it was trying to find the right pitch. The serrated edge of fear cut brutally down my spine. Sweat began to bead on the back of my neck, but I was not going to give this thing the satisfaction. Come on then, you fucking asshole. I goaded, waving the beam slightly. Apparently that had been all it needed. It was so quick, too quick. It was on me in an instant, pinning me to the floor with its entire weight. It peered down at me, features set in a monotone stare. I swung the piece of metal with as much force as I could muster, cracking it across the side of the head. I felt the disjointed bones in its face crack under the force, neck snapping to the left. It didn't so much as move an inch from on top of me, its elongated fingers digging further into supple flesh. We stayed like that for a minute, as I glared up at its fucked up face. All the fear, all the anger that had been building up over the weeks I had been stuck in this shit show leaking out of me in ragged breaths and clenched teeth. I wound my arm back. You fucking... Metal hit flesh. Piece of motherfucking... My arm burned from the repetitive motion. Shit. With one final blow, I screamed in frustration, spittle flying across uncaring features. It was bleeding, some kind of yellowish ooze, still seemingly unfazed. I watched its lips twitch, eyes focusing on my own face before it spoke back to me. You motherfucking piece of shit. And there it was. My voice mirrored back to me, the only difference being the pure lack of emotion as it parroted my words. I watched as it tried to copy my expression, its sunken eyes gazing down at me with a fear that I knew it did not feel, its front teeth bared in an awkward attempt to copy my own grimace. Discarding the beam, I bucked and writhed under its weight, my overgrown nails embedding into its face. I clawed at its skin in anguish. I could feel how it peeled and clung to the underside of my fingernails, but I did not stop. Not even when my stomach started doing flips as its weird bodily fluid dripped across my skin. And then, the strangest thing happened. It wailed in pain and flung itself from me. Blindsided by confusion, I faltered, movement stilling momentarily before instincts kicked in, and I was scrambling across the floor toward the doorway. I spared a glance backward. It was clutching at what looked scarily like a human umbilical cord. It hung from its abdomen, slender hands cupping the area protectively. I must have pulled on it when I was wriggling about underneath it. Good. I slammed the door shut. It never followed me through. I had no idea how or why that damn exit led to my apartment, but any and all logic was overwrought with an intense relief that washed over me. It brought me to my knees on the soft carpet, my fingers cascading repetitively through fuzz. I sat there for a good hour before gorging myself on food and nearly drowning myself in fresh water. All of the small comforts of everyday life felt like a blessing in those moments. I would never take any of it for granted again. It took me a while to investigate the door, worried that I would open it to find the uninviting dark staring back at me. But instead, the outside world had greeted me, and I had tears streaming down my face again. I must have looked fucking mental when I had run out into the yard and laid in the grass until the winter sunset. I only wish that sense of euphoria had lasted longer than it had. Thoughts of Marisol floated about my head. I felt guilty for being where I stood, free of that place, whilst she rotted in the dark, alone. Tomorrow, I start doing some research. But for now, I'm going to sleep in an actual fucking bed. This is the last time I am going to be writing to you all. I realize now that there never was an escape. It's waiting for me in the kitchen. There is nowhere left to go. The faces of people I know stare at me through familiar glass, breath hot against the window. When I woke up, I was greeted by the sight of my colleagues standing around my apartment. They haven't done anything yet. I don't suppose they will, unless I try to leave. Turns out me and Marisol were the last ones to be replaced. I don't even know if the people I grew to know were even the real versions of themselves or not. My trust in everyone around me has shattered, and there's nothing left to do except face the music. I didn't see any of their bodies in that place, but that doesn't mean they weren't there, buried amongst the copious loss. They are here to make sure I do my part in their fucked up cycle. How naive I was to think that there was any other option. There's a box, sitting atop a crooked pallet in my kitchen. It's soaked in grease and blood, and I know exactly why it's there. I know because if I look long enough, I can see it for what it truly is. It's a nest. There's little white eggs that cling to the edges of what I once assumed was cardboard. It isn't. It's fleshy and wet, with tiny veins pulsating below a thin layer of stretched skin. I'm surprised it's trying to keep up the illusion. Maybe it only looks the way it does to mess with me, break down my mental state enough to make it easier. I know I'm marked for death, but I refuse to go out the way it wants me to. I spent some time watching the familiar faces at my window, their eyes tracking my every movement. They started smiling about an hour ago. Whispered reassurances float through my walls at random intervals now. It's okay, Ellis. We'll look after you. These are the main two things I hear them say. There's been a few outliers here and there. Marisol stands behind my front door. A gentle knock, knocking of stolen knuckles against a wooden frame as she tells me Marisol is one with her now. Join us, it says, in an encouraging and friendly tone, so matter of fact in what it speaks, as if it is gospel, as if I should believe it. This isn't my home. I just wanted it so desperately that I fooled myself into blind faith. Didn't stop to question the convenience of it all. I don't know why they play with me like this. To break down their prey? Or maybe it's because they simply enjoy it. I don't know anymore. How long have I truly been stuck here? Maybe myself and Mar were sucked into this warped reality the moment we started working for the warehouse. Maybe it's why only 3 songs played on that little old radio. Or maybe these things aren't that powerful and it really has been a few weeks, but when I try to think back on the people I had seen, the life I had lived for the past year, I can't seem to recall spending any time with my family or any other friends. All I remember is Marisol. All I did was work. Same route, same times, same faces. When did I stop noticing that nothing had changed in the past year? I had known Marisol for 2. We had never been all that close before we started working together, but then we started our new jobs and she was the only one that ever felt real, and now I know why. It's because she was. I think the warehouse is some kind of breeding ground for these things, and I don't think it's the only one that exists. So I'm urging you to look back on recent events in your life. Were you stagnant? Does it feel like you're trapped in a monotonous routine? Who have you seen recently? And are you living your life? Or are you simply existing within one? I don't think it'll make a difference now if some of you out there are stuck in a similar place but aren't aware yet, but maybe if you know sooner than me and Mar did, you can find a way to actually get out. I can hear it now, tapping against the box's edge. It's waiting for me to join it there. There's a strange yet intoxicating smell coming from the pallet now. It's sweet and reminds me of the perfume my mom likes to wear. I feel floaty. Yeah, relaxed now. I know that it's a trap, I still have half a brain left somewhere amongst the thick fog. I just simply don't care anymore. A part of me feels welcomed, like going into that box will solve all of my problems. I wonder if that's how Marisol felt. I know that isn't how she felt when I found her. It's enough of a deterrent for now. Though I don't know how much longer I can fight against its will. So I think it's probably about time. I've barricaded myself in my room upstairs. I have something with me that will help get it done. I feel calm, but I know deep down that I'm scared. Can feel it the way my fingers shake. It glints under the fake light above me. If anyone out there cares enough, can you pass on a message for me? To my mom. Can you tell her that I love her and that I really have missed her? Tell her that it wasn't her fault. Beatrice Hargrove, that's her name. I hope Marisol found peace. I hope that I do too. That if there really is a God, he will forgive me for what I am about to do. If there is a God, I have questions for you. And if there isn't, and this is well and truly the end, I hope it's a restful sleep. I can't even explain how tired I am. This is Alice Hargrove, and I bid you all farewell. The horrifying creature in the trench of the foggy forest. My grandfather was a kind, generous man. He was the type of grandfather who would slip you a piece of candy or a cookie after your parents had already said no, with a quick wink and a finger to his lip. The kind of old man who'd roll up his sleeves and get stuck in, helping your dad fix the car or put up some shelves, even well into his 80s. A slight stoop, a shock of white hair, and a deep, throaty laugh are the things I remember most clearly about him. That, and his penchant for smartness. You never saw him without a shirt and tie, a sports jacket or suit and suspenders rather than a belt holding up his trousers. Just occasionally he'd freeze up. Now, I don't really remember when I first noticed it, and it was really bizarre. One minute he'd be chatting away happily to my mom and grandmother, a mug of steaming coffee in his hand, then the next he just stopped, frozen in time as his eyes glazed over. Even more weirdly, the conversation would continue to flow around him as if nothing had happened. A few minutes later, maybe up to half an hour, he'd unfreeze and rejoin the conversation, his coffee now cold and forgotten. He drank a lot of cold cups of coffee, and I asked my mother about this once. She told me, sometimes Grandpa freezes up because of what he had seen in the army. It's a medical condition known as shell shock. I didn't really understand what that meant at the time, but it seemed a suitable answer to my young, inquisitive mind. I pursued it no further. Like many of his generation, he'd been to war. He didn't talk about it much, but I remember once seeing his medals in a drawer, tarnished and gathering dust, and I wondered why he didn't take better care of them. I found out later that, like many young, idealistic men, he volunteered in the summer of 1917 and was sent out to France as one of the new doughboy battalions. A year later, in time for the great reaping of souls known as the Meuse-Argonne Offensive, I snuck in once years later and pulled out the medals so that I could take a better look at them. There were 3, the World War I Victory Medal, the Silver Star, and the Campaign Clasp. There was also a dull silver chevron about 2 inches long but very thin. I wondered what the medals were for, and as this was the days before Google, I had to go down to the Brooklyn Public Library to look them up. The librarian recommended a stuffy old tome with dull black and white pictures, but it depicted quite clearly the medals I'd seen in my grandfather's drawer. According to the book, they were the World War I Victory Medal, the Silver Star for Gallantry, and the Standard Campaign Clasp awarded to most American servicemen serving from 1917, irreverently referred to as the Doughboy's Delight and the Yanks' Pride. I found myself slightly disappointed that they were not issued for some heroic deed, but I still wondered why he'd shoved them in a drawer and forgotten about them. Then I remembered the silver chevron and flicked through the book in hopes of finding an illustration. Sure enough, there was a picture of a similar chevron. According to the book, this was a wound chevron awarded to soldiers who'd suffered an injury in battle. Suddenly it made a lot more sense, and I realized why he didn't like to talk about it with us. It also made sense why he had occasionally frozen up. I assumed that must just be to do with the wound. My curiosity satisfied, I left the matter and soon forgot all about it. That Christmas, because I was 16, my dad let me have a few drinks with Christmas dinner, and afterwards the men sat around the table with a glass of port and a cigar, told jokes, talked about world affairs, and generally enjoyed themselves. This was the first time I'd been invited to stay, and it felt like a real privilege being treated like one of the men. My mother, grandmother, and aunts left to chat in the kitchen or wash up while my sister and cousins went to lounge and play with their new toys. We chatted, joked, swore, and laughed, having a great time just being men. No wives or kids within earshot. I really felt that I was a part of something. Uncle Joe had just finished telling a risque joke about a waitress when Grandpa spoke up. When I was in the war, we all turned to him, our laughter subsiding, preparing to listen to what he had to say. I learned later that after a few drinks, he had occasionally started reminiscing about his war days, but never when Grandma or any of the kids were around. They were usually about some of the pranks they played on the sergeant, or drinking nights on leave. This story was not one of those. One night, the sergeant told us we were going on a night raid. Usual business. Above the parapet after dusk. A quick recce for the enemy lines and maybe snatch a sentry for interrogation and unit identification. The brass always wanted to know who we were facing, as if it were a new unit or reserve one. It might be worth planning an attack. I got tooled up with the rest of the lads. Rifles, bayonets, and some ammo in our pockets. But none of our usual marching kit, as it might get snapped on the wire, make a sound, and give us away. I was the number one on the Lewis gun. A big, heavy bugger far too unwieldy to take on a raid, so I was carrying my Colt .45 pistol and a trench club I'd made by hammering hobnails into an axe handle. The thought of this made me feel slightly uneasy, as I'd seen photos of the trench clubs in the library book, evil-looking blunt instruments with vicious spikes. It's difficult to contemplate how someone as kind and gentle as my grandfather could have made one of these for the express purpose of breaking bones and caving in skulls. He continued. We went forward through the churned earth, past the corpses of Fritz's last attack. I remember my buddy Hank slipped on some poor bugger's entrails and swore under his breath. The sergeant gave him a properly dark look for making a noise. We all smiled, thinking about the chewing out he'd get when we got back to our lines. We were all scared shitless. Fear you always felt when you went out on a raid. You would see your mates die every day, machine gun bullets whizzing by, where a bomb could kill you at any moment. You learned to live with the fear, and you got used to it. But stepping out onto no man's land, that's another fear altogether. You feel naked, alone in the universe, and it feels like every sniper in the German army is drawing a bead on you, ready to blow your head off. It's enough to drive a man mad. All talk had ceased around the table at this point. Everyone was listening, enraptured by my grandfather speaking. He didn't sound like an old man anymore. The passion in his voice was the clear tones of a younger man. He was staring into the middle distance as he spoke. He'd frozen up earlier in the day when my sister had squealed when she received a new Archie annual. His face was the same now, except that his mouth was moving as he spoke. This time, it was worse. We all felt it. A cold fog had rolled in over no man's land, which any other time would seem like a blessing to mask our movements from Fritz. But that night it seemed ominous, malevolent. We kept moving forward, but couldn't see the enemy lines through the fog. We knew they were close, so we kept low and slow as we moved up, and I began to see a shape emerge from the fog. The sergeant saw it too, and waved us down into a holding pattern. We all drew a bead on the shape. After a few moments, we got the nod and began to move up. As we got closer, we began to make out the shape of a man. It didn't seem to be doing anything, just standing alone staring at us. I'm not prone to superstition, but it was bloody creepy. I looked at Sarge and he nodded to me. Bloody hell, I thought. I've got to investigate. I stepped closer and began to make out a little more. He was in a Fritz uniform with one of the old spiked helmets still on his head. I began to make out the features on his face. I could swear that the bugger was smiling at me. I took another step and felt something shift under my feet. I nearly pissed myself. I daren't look down to see what it was, as I didn't want to take my eyes off of what was in front of me. Another step closer, gripping my weapons with white knuckles. I suddenly noticed it. I nearly laughed out loud as the tension drifted away. He was hanging up on barbed wire, caught up in the entanglements. It was the doorknob. I'd heard the tales of this from some of the old sweats. Men getting so entangled when they died that the wire kept them standing up. Feeling completely relieved, I carried on towards him and, in my giddy state, I figured that the helmet would make a good souvenir. After all, this poor sod didn't need it anymore. As I grabbed the spike, the head fell back. He trailed away for a moment. We thought he was having one of his moments, but then he looked directly at me. focusing for the first time, and I felt dread clawing up my spine. My grandfather continued again. He didn't have any eyes, just two gaping holes as if they'd been ripped out by something or someone. His mouth was twisting in a rictus grin as if he were involved in some cruel joke. I felt the courage of a moment before it drained out of me, and I dropped the helmet. It clattered to the ground. I'd seen a lot of bodies by this point, some of them my close friends, but something about this one seemed different, wrong. The feeling of being watched crept over me again, and I wondered if this was some new kind of evil, a trap the bastards had set up for us. I wanted to curl up into a ball and hide, but I couldn't let my mates down. I turned around to see where they were, but the fog was thicker now. I couldn't see them anymore. I had to find them, but the sergeant knew what I'd seen, so I began making my way back towards them. I looked back occasionally, a sixth sense not wanting me to look away from the corpse behind me. By this point, Granddad was staring back into the middle distance again. I glanced at my father, but the look on his face told me this was a tale he hadn't heard before, and the color had drained from his face. I'd moved about 20 yards when I realized I should have come across them by now. I looked back, but the corpse had disappeared back into the fog. Now I was alone. I assumed that the sergeant had decided to call off the raid as the fog had gotten worse, and that they had left me behind. Anger at being abandoned overcame my fear at this point, so I strode forward, determined to get back to our lines. I saw a shape ahead of me and assumed it was the rear guard of the unit, so I redoubled my pace, hoping to catch up with him. As I moved closer, I realized he wasn't moving, and was instead hung up on the wire. With a sigh of frustration, I assumed I had been turned around in the fog and somehow made my way back to the corpse I'd seen earlier. I resolved to go and grab the helmet, so at least I'd have something to show for this whole mess. But as I approached, I began to feel that same sense of deep unease that I had before, and as I got closer, I realized why I was feeling so uncomfortable. It was a different man. Same pose, same sightless grin, but this man wasn't the German I'd seen before. He was wearing an American uniform. I vomited, not because it was dead, not because the blood seeping from the eye sockets was fresh, but because it just wasn't anybody. It was my buddy Hank. I felt sick. Hank had been on the patrol with us. How could he now be strung up on the wire like this? I tried to pull the fat rusty strands of wire off him, but all I succeeded in doing was tearing my hands. My club and pistol were useless, and I wished I had some wire cutters or even a knife. I fell at his feet, and I wept. I had no idea where our lines were in the fog, and I was helpless to do anything for my friend. As I lay there, tears streaming down my face, I heard a shrill scream which chilled me to the bone. I was frozen in place, terror overtaking all other feelings. I could have been there for hours, minutes. I couldn't tell. And then I heard the scream again, and this time it triggered something in my brain. I got up and just ran. I didn't care anymore. I preferred a Fritz bullet in my brain than let whatever was out there catch me. I felt like I ran for hours, stumbling over the shell holes and detritus of no man's land. Eventually, I heard an English voice call out, and I called back that I was a friend, and stumbled into the frontline trench. I was battered, bloodied, and worn from the wire, and detritus I'd collided with on my run. But I'd never felt so safe in that frontline trench in all my life. I was the only man from my unit to ever return. Grandpa paused for a moment, long enough that we all looked at each other, wondering if this story was over. It had grown overcast outside, and it felt cold in the dining room, despite the fire crackling in the grate. The pause lasted so long, and I was desperate for someone to break the silence, and just as it looked like Uncle Joe would break the spell, Grandpa spoke again. 2 weeks later, we mounted an attack on the same sector. I took a round in my shoulder in the confusion, and lay in a shell hole for a day before the stretcher bearers found me. Apparently, I had lost a lot of blood and was swimming in and out of consciousness. When I came to, I had a hole in my shoulder, a bit of brass saying I'd been wounded in combat in this. He pointed to a faded white scar above his left thigh. Something made me try to gouge out my eye. I never forgot the story my grandfather told me about his night lost in no man's land and the horrors he had witnessed there. He never spoke about it again, and although over the next few years, after a few drinks late in the winter evenings, Uncle Joe tried to ask him about what happened, he refused. The last time Uncle Joe asked, the room went quiet and suddenly felt very cold. Grandpa's gaze went dead, in exactly the same way it would when he froze up. "No, I don't want to talk about it. Please don't ask me again." he said very quietly. Conversation was stilted for the rest of the evening, and eventually he left in an awkward silence. Nobody, not even Uncle Joe, ever asked him about it again. I was 19 when my grandpa passed away. I was a year into my university course at Columbia University, the first member of my family ever to go, and I felt the weight of expectation on my shoulders, especially for my grandpa who'd been over the moon when I told him I'd been accepted. They probably got you confused with a smarter nipper with the same name, he joked, but you could see how proud he was. It meant so much to him that one of his grandchildren had managed to get so far academically. He left school when he was 12, he used to tell us, to apprentice as a riveter in the Brooklyn Navy Yard. The first year hadn't been too bad. I enjoyed myself, made friends, got drunk, and met girls. My course was good too, but now the second year had kicked in and the workload was starting to rise. Still, studying history wasn't a hardship for me, as I enjoyed it ever since researching my grandpa's medals when I was younger. There was something captivating about flipping through dusty old tomes, hunting for evidence like some kind of historical detective. The news of his death hit me hard. My dad worked long hours at the post office. My mom was always busy with cooking, cleaning, and looking after my younger sister, so I'd spent a lot of time with my grandparents when I was growing up in Brooklyn. He used to tell me long, elaborate bedtime stories about King Arthur, knights, and dragons. He helped nurture my love of history, buying me books about ancient Rome and Egypt. Looking back, they must have cost him a sizable chunk of his pension. The funeral itself was a somber affair. The family were all there and I read a heartfelt eulogy which everyone said was very moving, but in truth I just felt empty. I couldn't cry, couldn't feel anything. It was like my emotions had just shut down. A few months later, I was back at university studying for an essay. I picked up a module on the First World War partly as a tribute to my grandpa, and partly because I had done a lot of reading about it before, and I thought it would be an easy credit. It wasn't. The professor was a real hard ass, and with the grandpa now passed away, a lot of the pictures and accounts somehow struck closer to home. He lived through this. I remember thinking as I leafed through a hefty pictorial history of the war. Then I saw an image that stopped me in my tracks. It was a soldier being crucified. The hairs on the back of my neck rose, and in my mind, I was suddenly back in the room at Christmas, with Grandpa telling his story. Soldiers hung up on barbed wire as if crucified, and their eyes had been gouged out. I started to feel deeply uneasy. I was working by the light of a desk lamp, and the shadows of my darkened room began to feel threatening. My eyes darted to the text below. Apparently, the infamous crucified Canadian rumor from 1915 described an Allied officer, witnessed by 3 soldiers, nailed to a tree with bayonets during a German advance. Though unproven and used heavily in Allied propaganda, even in American posters by 1917, it echoed the horrors of no man's land that persisted into offensives, like Meuse-Argonne in 1918. The eyewitness accounts were somewhat contradictory, and no crucified body was ever found. I read further, but the text then went on about other American and Allied propaganda, and there was no mention of the officer's eyes. Perhaps this was a coincidence, I thought, or it was just a rumor or pure propaganda to make the Germans out to be monsters. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking back to the fear in my grandpa's eyes as he told us the tale. The darkness in my room felt malevolent as I played the story over and over in my head. Over the next few weeks, I'd pretty much read through every book in the library about the First World War, looking for more information about crucified soldiers, and neglected my friends and my coursework. I was utterly single-minded. I had to find out more. However, although I found plenty of references to the crucified Canadian, it was all in the form of propaganda, and I could find nothing about any other cases. Dejected, I went back to working on my lackluster essay and handed it in. I didn't do very well in the essay at all. It was clear my heart wasn't in it, and my professor asked me to come in to talk about it. I wasn't very forthcoming, and I could tell he was becoming frustrated with me. "You're a good historian, but this last essay was very poor. Your references were all over the place, and your argument was very weak and full of missed opportunities," he was saying. I merely nodded and mumbled something about not being confident. "It's not about confidence," he said. "It's about reading the sources. You should have known all this if you'd done the reading." "I did the reading," I retorted. I just got distracted by something else, and I just thought screw it and told him about the crucified Canadian, and that my grandpa had seen something similar. I didn't tell him the full story though. He went very quiet and stared at me for a moment. Then he turned and began digging through some papers behind him. I waited for a second. He didn't say anything, so I got up and turned to leave, annoyed that he dismissed me in such a rude way. "Wait," he said, and I turned. He had a stack of handwritten papers stapled together in the top left corner. He handed it to me. "Read this," he said, "and I want to see a marked improvement on your next essay." I was confused. I went back to my student house. Once in my room, I looked at the sheaf of yellowed paper the professor had given me. The first page was in German. I thought the old prick was getting at me for not reading primary sources, and it was obviously his way of saying I should learn German, so that I can read more about both sides. I very nearly threw it into the bin, but as I picked it up, I noticed that the back page was in English. I took it to my desk, and as I looked through, I realized it was a transcript of an interview in German, which had been translated into English. I began to read, and as I did so, a chill began to run down my spine. I've copied the English translation below, or at least the parts that hit me hardest, from an interview with Gunter Muller, a former Gefreiter interned at Fort Oglethorpe, Georgia, after the war. He was recounting a counterattack somewhere in the fog-shrouded hell of the Meuse-Argonne region, late September 1918, just weeks before my grandfather's own nightmare. As we charged forward, a shell must have gone off near me, as I was stunned and thrown to the ground. I don't know how much time had passed when I came to, but I had dirt in my eyes and mouth, and a pain in my right leg. The din of battle was still around. I remember the ground shaking with concussive blast, the chatter of machine guns, and the bark of rifle fire. I tried to move, but the pain in my leg was intense. I wiped some of the dirt out of my eyes and looked down. Blood was welling up and staining my field gray trousers in a few places. It didn't look life-threatening, but my leg spasmed with pain every time I tried to move it. I felt exposed and very alone. I couldn't find my helmet and looked around. My rifle had been shredded by the blast and was now little better than kindling. I realized I had been thrown into an abandoned trench, now somewhere in the middle of no man's land. I was unarmed and injured, so I needed to get back to my own lines, but I was in no fit state to make it back in daylight. There was another man from my unit lying nearby, but he was dead. The interviewer asked how he knew he was dead. He was missing half his head. Shrapnel wounds were horrific. They don't put pictures of them in history books. Much better to be shot with a bullet than torn up by a shell. I looked around the trench to see if there was somewhere I could hole up until the evening, in case the stretcher bearers found me, or I could crawl back to my own lines. The trench had been shelled heavily, and the woods supporting the sides had been badly broken up. It looked like one of ours too, as despite the destruction, the underlying workmanship was much better than the American and French trenches. One large piece of corrugated iron had fallen down and was resting on the duckboards in the partly bit wall, but from where I was lying there looked to be darkness behind it. I crawled over to it, dragging my leg behind me, and grabbed the corrugated sheet. To my surprise, it moved easily. Behind it was what I had been hoping for, the entrance to a dugout. I hoped it hadn't been bombed into oblivion by shelling, and that I could just lay low in there until nightfall. I wish now I had braved the crawl back to my own lines and never stayed in that godforsaken pit, but in my naivety I thought I would be safe. I began to crawl under the iron and down the wooden steps. They were intact. The iron sheet must have given them some protection. Now it was pitch black down at the bottom, and despite the warmth of the September day, as I carefully crawled down the steps, the temperature cooled, and the air felt damp. I could still feel the earth rumbling from the bombardment, but the other sounds of battle faded the lower I got. It took my eyes some time to adjust to the blackness of the dugout, but when they did, I nearly jumped out of my skin. There was a man sitting in the dark looking at me. I panicked and immediately raised my hands to show I was unarmed. He just sat staring. No, it was me sweating and paralyzed with fear. My eyes continued to adjust to the blackness, and I realized with a wave of relief he was dead. It must have been that way for a while, as his skin was stretched taut over his skull. He had no eyes. Perhaps the rats had gotten to him. I was quite used to seeing death at that point. I think they call it desensitized. He was sitting against a desk, and by the looks of things, this had been an officer's dugout. There were some home comforts I could make out in the gloom, and even a gramophone on the table in the corner. I could see no other bodies, live or dead, in there. Now I remember it striking me as odd that he was still sitting so upright even in death. I used the table to pull myself up, taking my weight on my good leg. As I did so, I felt something on the table and picked it up. It was a Luger. This, though, an officer's weapon, not as common as the P8, but I'd seen one before. I extracted the clip and saw it was still loaded, so I took the gun into my leather belt at the front. I wasn't confident it would fire, but I could at least threaten someone with it, and it made me feel less naked. As I said, I was used to seeing death, but if I was going to be in here for some time, I didn't want a dead officer staring at me all day, so I decided to try to slide him off the chair and into the corner. I gingerly made my way around to him, using the table to take my weight as my injured leg was throbbing. I tried to push him off the chair, but although his head lolled, he didn't budge, and that's when I noticed that he'd been bound to the chair with barbed wire. I should have gotten out of there right then, taking my chances with the guns and shells of no man's land, but I didn't. I think part of me thought maybe it was the result of mutiny or something. They tied an unpopular officer up and left him. It seemed callous, but by then I'd served under some truly terrible commanders who would have deserved this, or worse. Maybe someone had dropped the corrugated iron over the entrance so no one had come down here looking, and he'd starved to death alone, his dugout becoming his tomb. I pushed harder, and this time the chair toppled over. The corpse hit the floor with a sickening thud. I nearly overbalanced myself as it tipped, and when I put some weight on my injured leg, I nearly screamed out in pain. I fell onto what would have been the officer's cot and lay there for a moment as agony coursed through me. The pain eventually subsided, and I lay in the cold, thinking of home. At some point, I must have drifted off to sleep. When I awoke, it was with a start. I lay there, eyes wide, listening intently. The events of the day rushed back to me. Something had woken me. The hairs on the back of my neck were up, and I had this enormous feeling of dread inside me. Some animal instinct was telling me that something was very, very wrong, that I wasn't alone. I glanced over at the officer's corpse, but it was still slumped in the corner, bound to the chair. I drew the pistol from my belt and racked back the slide. The trace of light coming down the stairs was no longer there. I realized I must have slept until dark. The sounds of battle from earlier and the rumbling of the earth had stopped. I got up carefully off the cot, my injured leg protesting as I set it down, and moved over behind the table. I kept my gun trained on the door, expecting an enemy to come bursting through at any moment. My senses were in overload. My hobnails crunching on the rotten wood of the floor seemed as loud as gunshots. I could hear something faintly outside, like movement in the trench above me. My mind was racing. A patrol above me. Perhaps investigating this old trench? Were they my side or theirs? Would they find me down here? Would they check? Or would they throw a grenade down first? I was terrified, but I felt the urge to find out. If they were on my side, they could maybe help me back to our lines. If they were doughboys at least, they would know. And if not, I could attempt to hide until they moved on. I resolved to carefully make my way up the steps and peek out under the corrugated iron. It was a lot more difficult than I imagined. I was trying to keep the pistol pointed ahead of me, drag my injured leg up, and make as little noise as possible. It seemed to take a lifetime, and each time my leg hit a step, it was agony. Finally, I reached the top step and peered out into the darkness. There was something moving out there. My heart was beating so fast I could hear the blood pumping in my ears. It had its back to me and seemed to be bent over, doing something, but I couldn't make out what it was. Something was wrong, though. It didn't look right. It was difficult to read the next bit. It looked as though the interviewer was trying to prompt Gunther for more. I don't know how to explain it. I don't think I could quite process what I was seeing. His movements were wrong. His arms were elongated, like a chimp's. His head was moving in a strange, jerking motion. I must have made a sound. Or perhaps it sensed it was being watched, because it suddenly stopped, and its head whipped around. It wasn't human. It looked like it might have been, at one stage, but the proportions were all wrong. Its eyes were too big, its face sunken, and its limbs were too long and too thin. I can't describe it exactly, but years later when I read Tolkien, It sounded just like the way he described Gollum. I know he fought for the British on the Somme, so maybe he saw it too, or something like it. I tried not to gasp, but I must have made some noise. As it darted, those two big eyes stared straight at me, and then it moved, unnaturally quickly, almost feline-like, toward me. The pistol barked in my hand, and the bullet, more by luck than aim, hit it in the chest. It jerked back and let out the most blood-curdling scream I've ever heard. I still hear it. In my nightmares. The thing turned and scurried on all fours, up the parapet of the trench, and out into no man's land. I was almost paralyzed with fear. I stayed still, gun point at where it had left the trench, and after what seemed like an age, it didn't seem to be coming back. So I moved cautiously out into the trench. Once I did, I could finally see what it had been doing. It had been tying my dead comrade up with barbed wire. He was spread eagle over a crude cross, made of two rotting duckboards. His shell-damaged head was lolling at an unnatural angle, his hands pierced through with bayonets, and his wrists bound by wire. His legs were still loose. I guess I interrupted that thing before it had finished. I'd seen a lot of horror in this war, but right then and there, I was just overwhelmed, and I vomited. As I looked back up at the unnaturally hanging head, I noticed something. He was missing half his face from the explosion earlier, but something had changed. His remaining eye had been gouged out. The rest of the account dealt with his escape from the trench, and the journey back to his own lines, and there was no further mention of the creature. I put the text down on my bed. My head was spinning. Corroboration of what my grandpa had seen. Something taking eyes. A creature living in no man's land. And Tolkien may have seen it. I'd only recently reread The Lord of the Rings. Perhaps there were more accounts out there. It's been 30 years. And although I found a few other references here and there, perhaps to something out there between the trenches, I've never found anything quite like the accounts of my grandpa and Gunther Muller. But I know my grandpa was telling the truth. And I'm still looking. Something terrifying at the Institute of Archaeology. The following are a collection of journals and reports pertaining to a series of strange and tragic occurrences befalling the Black Mesa Archaeological Institute. Journal of Dr. Caleb Blackthorne, archaeologist, July 7th, 2025. Today is a major day for our beloved institute. We recently translated an ancient Anasazi petroglyph ledger found in a sealed kiva beneath Canyon de Chelly, and it makes reference to a sacred burial ground located in the Painted Desert, east of Petrified Forest National Park. No discovery of any burial grounds or remains have been found in any of our records. We may have made the discovery of a lifetime. We will be putting together a dig job as soon as we are able. This is the moment I have waited for my whole life. July 20th, 2025. For nearly 2 weeks we have dug in this horrible desert. All we have to show for our efforts are volcanic sands and men coming down with heat stroke. We have followed the directions in the ancient petroglyphs to the letter, and have even noticed some of the landmarks described. We know we are in the right spot, and yet we have found nothing. With each dumping of our hollow shovels, my heart sinks deeper into melancholy. We can continue for a few more days, at best. However, we may have to call the whole expedition a failure. Every day I get less and less sleep. A dastardly combination of heat and anxiety keeps me laying awake in my cot, staring at the ceiling. When I do sleep, I have horrible nightmares of being completely bound and unable to move. I hear horrible voices, and a steady pounding all around me. I scream for help, but it echoes in a vast chamber of darkness. I often wake up gasping for air. Part of me is looking forward to leaving, if for nothing else than the hope of these nightmares stopping. July 21st, 2025. At 4 a.m. I was awoken from another horrible nocturnal vision with grim news. It seemed as though all of our night diggers had perished. I went to investigate the seemingly impossible matter, and I was not prepared for what I saw. An entire tent full of corpses greeted me. They lay down in their cots, staring up at the sky in a way that reminded me too much of my own insomnia. The men could only have been dead for a couple of hours at most, and yet their skin had grayed considerably, as if they had been gone for days. Their faces bore an eerie sense of calm that sent a shiver down my spine. I asked our medic what the cause of death was, and he merely shrugged at me. They could find no evidence of a gas or chemicals in the air that could cause such a mass demise. They dug at night, so sunstroke was out of the question. Besides, these were men that were born and raised in the desert. They knew how to take care of themselves. The only logical explanation he could think of was that they all suffered sudden heart attacks. The idea seemed absurd to the both of us. However, neither of us could provide another solution. We are sending the bodies home to their families. Hopefully the coroner can provide more insight. July 22nd, 2025. Since the death of our men, the mood in the camp has completely shifted. Everyone moves at a slower pace, and no one works themselves too hard. The explorer in me is annoyed at the slowdown, but the man in me is in complete understanding. We all feel the loss terribly. I've caught several men stealing glances at the setting sun and muttering a small prayer under their breath. I asked our guide what they were saying, and he looked at me gravely. He said that they are praying, "Oh God, protect us from these cursed lands." I merely nodded and looked over the diggers. Their prayers would be granted. Before the sun sets tomorrow, I will announce the end of the excavation. We are finished here. July 23rd, 2025. Sometimes when you hang on to a glimmer of hope, fate blesses you more than you can imagine. As today is the last day of the dig, I wanted to throw my hand into the work. I picked up a shovel and dug alongside my companions. I hoped it might help with the low morale we all had been feeling. The work was taxing, but it did indeed help ward off the feelings of failure I had been feeling. I pressed my shovel down hard and the unthinkable happened. The sand around me started to cascade as a hole started to open up beneath my feet like a great mouth ready to swallow me. It was a ground collapse. I had read about them, but never had the unfortunate fate of witnessing one until now. Before anyone could react, I was swallowed up and fell into shadow. By the grace of God, my fall was short, perhaps only about 10 to 15 feet. I fell upon a small pile of sand that protected me from injury. I sent a thankful prayer up that the fall didn't kill me, but now I was trapped in a dark pit. I could hear voices above me, and instantly I felt trapped in one of my nightmares. I felt sheer panic rip through me, threatening to break my sanity in an instant. I took deep breaths and reminded myself that the men above would not leave me to die. Rescue would begin in minutes, and I would taste the fresh air in no time. My heartbeat returned to normal, and I was able to get a hold of myself. I looked around trying to get a sense of my surroundings. The first thing I noticed was the odd temperature. Normally underground caverns were cold, however, down here felt even warmer than the blazing desert above. I took a step off my sand pile and was surprised to find the ground crunched beneath my feet. The sensation sent a chill down my spine. I remembered that I always carried my pocket lantern light, so I grabbed it. I pulled the handles, unleashing the blinding white light within. What I saw made my panic return in full force. The ground was littered with bones. No, bones was the wrong word. These were full skeletons. Dozens of skeletal bodies lay on the ground, all adorned in full warrior regalia with weapons in hand. My fear was momentarily forgotten as I recognized that these were Anasazi guardians. By sheer dumb luck, I have stumbled upon it. The lost royal burial ground. Our operation was a success. I looked over the bodies littering the floor with my mind asking a million questions a minute. Why would these men be down here, and why so many? Did they die in the line of duty guarding something? If so, then why? I lifted the light and found my answer. Several bodies had fallen over a large object in the center of the room. My mind exploded with joy, and I ran towards the pile. When I arrived, my suspicions were confirmed. It was a sarcophagus, but unlike any I had ever seen. It was not made of gold, but instead the blackest of basalt. The exterior was decorated with countless markings and petroglyphs that I couldn't quite make out in the darkness. I placed my hand upon the smooth surface of the box, and all at once, several things happened that I still cannot explain. The first was that the basalt was not just warm to the touch, but scorching hot. I felt searing pain like I had never known, and even saw smoke rising from my palm. A strange and unnatural gust of air burst through the room. You may call me crazy if you like, but I swear it came from the sarcophagus itself. As the air touched the skeletal warriors, it seemed as though centuries of decay caught up with them at once, and they instantly turned to dust. I stood there, panting and cradling my injured hand. I could not believe the horror I'd just endured. Thankfully, the sight of a rope being lowered into the hole brought me back to my reality. I called up to the men and told them that I found something down here that we need to excavate. I debated on asking for more ropes, but I peered at my blackened palm and told them to bring the strongest cables we possessed. They pulled me out, and the sunshine had never felt so good on my face. However, out of the tomb, I felt a strange coolness. Excavation of the sarcophagus took some time, because I demanded that no one touch it with their hands, gloved or not. It was sunset by the time we managed to get it to the surface. We all stood looking at our bounty. In the light of the red sun, it was even more beautiful than I imagined. The cold black surface was pristine. Not even a fleck of dust or sand marred its surface. It was masterfully crafted to the slightest details. The markings I saw were drawings of a man in a mighty feathered headdress standing before several horrifying creatures. In the sky was a dark, formless mass with 5 eyes. The nameplate bore petroglyphs that I didn't recognize. Our guide took a look over it and shrugged. He said it was a rough translation at best, but it said, "Sealed within is Koskai, General of the Hollow Sunday." The name meant nothing to me, but that made me more excited than ever. We have made a brand new discovery, and history is being made at this very moment. I wanted to open the casket then and there, but unfortunately it had been forged shut and sealed with the strongest materials available at the time. There was simply no way to open it with any tool we had here, without causing extensive damage. I've called in a plane and will be accompanying it personally back to the Institute. Flight attendant log, July 23rd, 2025. We arrived in Arizona late this evening and picked up Dr. Blackthorne and his cargo at Holbrook Municipal Airport. We had begun the flight back to Albuquerque Sunport. The doctor looked extremely pale and unwell, so I asked him if there was anything I could do for him. He said no, and that he just needed some rest. I took his word for it, but I could see the blackness of his hand and the way he cradled it. He has me worried. I was on my way back to the cockpit to check on the pilots when I thought I heard a thumping sound coming from the cargo hold. I knew this to be impossible, for the only people on board were the pilots, Dr. Blackthorne, and myself. I decided to go down and check on the situation. The cargo hold was completely empty save for the black sarcophagus. It had been bound tightly in chains and was completely immobile. A strange and unnerving feeling had come over me. I knew it was impossible as I could see the whole empty room, but I could swear that I felt eyes on me. Perhaps it was my imagination, but I also thought I could hear faint whispering that I could not make out. The whole thing gave me the creeps, so I turned to go upstairs. That was when I noticed something odd. The refrigerator where we kept the in-flight drinks was leaking. When I opened it, I noticed all the canned drinks had burst open and the liquids were boiling over. The stupid thing must be extremely broken. I'll have to let the captain know as soon as I can. July 24th, 2025. We are beginning our final landing approach, and I am truly relieved. The feeling of not being alone is ever present. As well, it would seem as though Dr. Blackthorne is indeed not well. He is breaking out in an intense fever. Not only that, but the black burn on his hand seems to be spreading and has started traveling up his arm. I've never heard of a burn doing that, and the captain is worried that he could be suffering from intense infection. The doctor has protested, but we are insisting that he be taken to the hospital the moment we land. I pray that he will be okay. Professional Journal. Dr. Mara Ironwood, Black Mesa Institute. July 24th, 2025. It has finally arrived. I received word yesterday from Dr. Blackthorne that an unearthed sarcophagus was coming to the Institute via plane. I could barely contain my excitement. I was hoping that Dr. Blackthorne would join me in the opening. However, I was informed by the flight crew that he was rushed to UNM Medical Center. I wish him a speedy recovery. However, I cannot postpone opening a find of this magnitude. I'm sure he will understand. My assistants and I have spent the better part of the last few hours trying to open the casket. All of our efforts have been in vain. It amazes me that such primitive methods of sealing can overcome our modern advances. I've requisitioned a powerful acid to break the seal. If this doesn't work, I am going to visit Home Depot to purchase their heaviest sledgehammer and smash that bastard open. I'm sorry for the unprofessional cursing. It's this blasted heat in the building. I'm going to have to contact maintenance and tell them to fix the damn AC. Maintenance log, Rusty Callahan, July 24th, 2025. I got a very impatient request from Dr. Ironwood about the apparent heat in the building. Personally, I don't know what she is talking about. I went down to the AC controls, and the thing is working perfectly in every damn room. My hypothesis: premenopause. Medical report: Caleb Blackthorne. The patient was admitted to UNM Medical Center with a severe third-degree burn to right hand. The burn spread rapidly, and fever over 105 degrees persisted in defiance of medication. Blood tests reveal severe blood infection coursing through his body. We have applied broad-spectrum antibiotics, but it does not seem to be providing any relief. Amputation of the right arm may be necessary. The patient seems to be suffering from fever-induced delirium. He keeps screaming about a five-eyed beast and telling someone named Mara to not open the casket. We have sedated the patient for the time being and are hoping the patient responds to treatment. Professional Journal, Dr. Mara Ironwood, July 24th, 2025. I arrived back in the lab to a horrible sight. My entire research team was on the floor convulsing rapidly and thrashing about. I called 911 immediately, and they just took them all away. The fire department did an inspection of the area and discovered no gas leak. My working theory is that the acid got into the air and caused them to convulse. However, if this event has a silver lining, it is that they succeeded in their mission, and the sarcophagus is open. I know my superiors will not like this, but I plan on examining the mummy myself. The work is calling to me, and I will not wait until morning. Medical report. Dr. Sloan, UNM Medical Center, July 24th, 2025, 11 p.m. We have had a large collection of patients brought in from the Black Mesa Institute. They are all exhibiting signs of having seizures. They also mumble nearly incoherent words about some sort of rising. From what the paramedics were told at pickup, the group had just opened some sort of sarcophagus from the Painted Desert. I am aware that we also received another patient who had just returned from a dig in the same region. I believe that the cases are all linked, and they may have contracted an infectious disease, though I admit that I have never heard of one that spreads that quickly. Regardless, I have chosen to quarantine all patients for the time being until we can run some tests. Transcribed from audio recording of examination of mummified body. This is Dr. Mara Ironwood. It is 11:30 p.m., and I am beginning the exam of the sarcophagus and its inhabitant. I am using a metal bar to open the lid and... Hello, handsome. The subject is measuring about 6'4", and the skin is charcoal gray. The wrappings have strangely rotted away, and yet the flesh is near perfect condition. Whoever performed the mummification job, I hope they were paid well, because this is the greatest specimen I have encountered. The body is clad in jet black armor with gold brims. It looks like it is made of the same basalt as his casket. He was clearly an honored warrior, but if that was the case, then why all work to seal him up? In his hand is a makawahwit that by God looks still sharp as the day it was forged. On the head is a very ornate golden battle helmet. A set of 5 colored jewels are embedded into the front. I am no expert, but they look authentic. I have seen less refined royal crowns. I am examining the flesh now, and Jesus, the muscles are soft to the touch and yet firm underneath. It feels like he died yesterday. The body isn't even cold. In fact, it is almost radiating heat. What the hell is this thing? Perhaps I was a little too eager to perform this exam. I believe I will close off the area and come back tomorrow with... Wait, what the hell was that? I know I am not crazy. The subject's hand just jerked. Asterisk. Sounds of metal scraping followed by a female scream can be heard. Silence. Asterisk. Medical log. Dr. Sloan, 11:50. 2 p.m. Something horrible is wrong. I went to check on my quarantine patients only to discover they were gone. The plastic seal has been torn to shreds, and the room was completely empty. We alerted security and they swept the building to no avail. We are searching the local area and hope to recover them soon. Something nagged at the back of my mind. Sometimes people in delirium will try to return to a normal life. I immediately grabbed the phone and called the Black Mesa Institute, however the line appears to be out of service. I have a terrible feeling that I can't escape. Dear God, let us find them. Personal notepad of Rusty Callahan found stuffed under shelf in supply closet at Black Mesa Institute. My name is Rusty Callahan, and these are my final words. I don't know why I am doing this, but someone needs to know the truth no matter how unbelievable. It all started just after midnight. I had finished my nightly rounds. Several pieces of equipment seemed to break, and all in the last hour. I fixed what I could, but I refused to work overtime for these people. I was heading for the door when the night security guard, 'Phil', stopped me. He said that the phones just went down and needed me to take a look at them. I told him that I was not going to take a look at them. Normally, I wouldn't have cared, but I knew that we had good doctors in the hospital, and we would want communication open. I reluctantly went upstairs. I saw the light was flickering in the lab. I remember thinking there was another thing I would have to fix in the morning. It's funny how trivial those problems seem now. I got to the phone lines and they weren't just out, they were destroyed. The phone and the internet lines were ripped right from the wall and shredded to pieces. A wave of fear I have never known rushed through me. Who would do such a thing? And above all, why? These were questions that I decided I didn't want to know the answer to, and I wasn't sticking around to find out. I turned down the hall and fled as fast as I could. I passed the lab room and the flickering lights brought me back to reality. Dr. Ironwood was still here. I didn't always like the woman, but I didn't want to see anything happen to her. I pushed in the door and found the lab trashed. "Mara, are you here?" I called out but received no answer. That black coffin was in the center of the work table. I knew I shouldn't, but curiosity got the better of me and I looked in. The damn thing was empty. That was when I saw Dr. Ironwood on the floor rocking back and forth. "Mara, we need to get out of here. Come with me now, please." Dr. Ironwood stood up and slowly turned. What I saw nearly browned my pants. Her skin was pure gray and she looked like she had aged several years in an hour. However, that was not the worst part. It was her eyes, or lack thereof. Where her eyes should have been were two empty black holes that oozed blood. She looked, if a thing like that could look, at me, and a sinister smile formed on their face. Then she spoke, and her voice had an echo underneath that was much deeper, much darker. "He has risen. Koskai, General of the Hollow Sunday, the harbinger of the devourer beneath the fifth Sunday. The waters will boil, and the deserts will burn. The mighty sun will turn and hide. In his place 5 new suns will ignite, and at last the master will come. He will need soldiers, he will need an army." I knew what she was about to do before she did it. I turned and ran as she leapt at me. I felt her abnormally long nails scrape my back, but I managed to avoid her. I kicked the huge box on the table and managed to knock it on top of her. She let out an inhuman, banshee-like scream. I didn't stop for pity. I took off down the hall at full speed. I got into the lobby, but what I saw stopped me in my tracks. Something had grabbed Phil by the neck and held him several feet in the air. The creature had gray skin and wore armor. It was well over 6 feet and impossibly strong to be lifting Phil with one hand. His other hand was placed over Phil's face. At first, it seemed like nothing was happening, but then Phil began to scream in agony. I watched as several lumps appeared in various parts of his body. What happened next was almost unwatchable. All at once, Phil's liver, brain, heart, and eyes burst from his body. Phil went limp, and the organs floated towards the beast's open hands. The creature took them and began unhinging his jaw. I had to shove my hand in my mouth to stifle my scream as the beast dropped the organs in his mouth and ate them. The hand opened and dropped Phil's body. The body should have crumpled to the floor, but instead Phil landed on his feet and stood. The wounds on his body seemed to close, but the trails of blood remained. The sockets of his eyes turned black. I don't mean they were vacant, I mean turned black as ash. It was as if his body had filled with darkness itself. He looked upon his murderer and gave a small bow. Phil spoke in some foreign language I didn't recognize. The beast responded in the same tongue and smiled. It was time for me to go. I moved to turn and run, but my shoes squeaked down the linoleum floors. Both men turned to me and the creature smiled. He pointed at me and yelled. I didn't need a translation to know what those words were. I didn't waste a moment to turn and run. I could hear Phil giving chase with heavy footsteps. With 20 years of smoking and red meat under my belt, I knew I would not be able to avoid him for long. I went into the stairwell and leapt straight down the gap. I landed on the basement floor with a mighty crack. I didn't know if my foot was broken, but at that moment, it didn't matter. If I didn't move then, and now something much worse would befall me than a broken bone. I limped down the hallways that were nearly pitch black. I reached a 4-way hallway, and suddenly I became aware that I was not alone. I could still hear Phil thumping on the stairs, so I knew it wasn't him, but something moved in that darkness. I quickly grabbed my flashlight and shone it down the hall ahead. There, at the end of the hall, were Dr. Blackthorne and the lab assistants. They all bore identical gray skin and pitch-black eyes. Dr. Blackthorne's arm had turned completely black. They spoke in unison and all with that same dark echo as Dr. Ironwood. Join us. Enlist. Live forever. They began slowly shuffling towards me like a mummy. I turned down the other hallway and moved as fast as I could. I knew with my bum foot I could not hope to outrun anyone. My only hope was to hide and pray. I found the small supply closet and locked myself in. It is here where I remain writing this final warning. I do not know what forces were awakened in that desert. I do not know what plans these creatures have, but I know they won't end here. I don't know what awaits me, but I know I will not escape. If you see me, then shoot, and shoot to kill. I hear the heavy footsteps outside and the chemicals in the room are starting to boil. Tell my wife, I'm so sorry I won't be. When police arrived at the institute, they found the place abandoned. None of the previously mentioned staff were found. They, along with the sarcophagus, remain missing. There's something disgusting under the boardwalk. If you're reading this, it's because I have no other choice. Nobody will listen to me, not even the police. It's only a matter of time before they come for me. And when they do, this is the only evidence of the truth. There is something under the boardwalk in Rehoboth Beach, and it's hungry. October is always a terribly slow month. We're barely open, but the owners want to squeeze every penny they can before this town is completely empty. Even on a Friday night, it's already a ghost town. That's where this all began. A cold, deafeningly quiet night. At the record shop I spend my days working in, Phantom Vinyls, a store that really was dead in the water until vinyl made a huge comeback. We also sold shirts that you might find a middle schooler wearing. Even though they wouldn't be able to name a single song off the album they're donning, it really was a place frozen in time. The smell of dust and the decay of better days always filled the room. The best way to pass the time on a night like this would be to find a forgotten record to play. That was my favorite game. Finding an album I'd never heard of, and giving it a chance to win me over. After all, if I'm not going to play them, who will? Tonight's choice, Secret Treaties by Blue Oyster Cult. Of course, I knew Don't Fear the Reaper. Who doesn't? I never sat down and listened to their albums, even though their logo and album artwork always intrigued me. I retired the familiar sounds of ELO off the turntable and introduced it to something new. Seeing the album made me think of my dad. I remember him telling me about seeing them live with Uriah Heep at the old Keepsake Arena in the 70s. I bet he still had the ticket stub too. God, he loved that place. I remember seeing him shed a tear the day they tore it down. The opening chords of Career of Evil blared out of my store speakers as I dropped the needle. Had my mind not been elsewhere, I wouldn't have startled myself into spilling my coffee. The previously white album cover and sleeve were now browned and tainted. Who would want it now? Looks like it was coming home with me. After all, a song titled Harvester of Eyes certainly had a place in my collection. The owner wouldn't care anyway. He had jokingly threatened to set the store ablaze for insurance money. Had this shop not been attached to others on this boardwalk, I wouldn't have put it past him. The opening track sold me, and given the state of business, I decided it was time to close up shop. The only thing louder than BOC was the ticking clock that sat above an old Plan 9 from Outer Space poster. Just as the second track reached its finale, I lifted the needle. I retrieved one of our spare plastic sleeves to prevent any more damage and stowed it away in my backpack. I took a walk outside to see if there were any stragglers roaming the boards. All I could see was a long and winding road of half-closed shops and stiffened carnival rides, lit only by the amber sky of an autumn evening. Soon it would be dark, and the boardwalk would belong to the night, and all that inhabited it. The garage doors of the shop slammed shut with a finality that reminded me of the months to come. The sound echoed around me, only to be consumed by the wind. It wasn't nearly as brutal as the gusty winter months, but it swirled with the open spaces as if it were dancing with the night. The padlock clicked as I scrambled the combination, and I turned to greet the darkness that painted over the beach. Summer was truly over now. The soundtrack of carnival rides, laughter, and stampeding feet was replaced with the moans of hardwood under my feet. Each step felt like I was disturbing somebody's grave. That was the reality of this place. 4 months out of the year. It's so full of life that it's overwhelming. The rest of its time is spent as a graveyard that is hardly visited. Maybe that's why I never left. If I don't visit, who will? Speaking of visiting, this was the point of my trek home that I saw Adrian Crow. They called him that because he was a rather large man, built like a hulking supervillain. In reality, he was as soft as a teddy bear, but unfortunately, homeless. Even from the distance I saw him, which was 2 blocks away. There was no mistaking him. I only ever saw him sparingly. He never stayed in the same place for long, and often slept under the boardwalk. I often thought he was self-conscious of his stature and didn't want to scare people. I could see that he must have been taking in the same swirling twilight sky I had seen earlier. Now, he was merely entertaining the stars. Looking to my left, I saw that Gino's Slice was closing up shop. They must have had a better run of business than I did. I slinked over to the counter to see a solitary Slice, looking for a home in the display case. The girl working the counter had her back to me, and as I began to make an attempt for her attention, she screamed, "Oh my God, you scared me," she gasped. Chuckling nervously, I apologized. "I'm sorry. I just wanted to grab that slice before you closed up." I made an honest try at a friendly smile, and she laughed. Sure, $3. Damn." As she threw the slice in the oven to warm it up, she turned her attention back to me. "So, any plans tonight?" I thought about it, and I really didn't have any. I knew my ritual at this point. I work, and then visit the Purple Parrot for a drink or two, until I've had enough to put me to sleep. I was going to head over to the Purple Parrot, maybe catch the game for a bit. She grinned. "I know the Purple Parrot. Right around the corner, yeah? Maybe I'll stop by. There isn't much else to do on a night like tonight." I handed her a 5 and signaled to her to keep the change. "Maybe I'll see you there," I said half-heartedly, giving one last smile as I departed. She waved, and I focused my attention on the walk ahead. She seemed plenty nice. Might be nice to interact with someone. First, I had something I wanted to do. Adrian Crow was right where I last saw him, except now he was gathering his things. I approached him with some haste. "Hey, bud, I haven't seen you in a while." When he turned to see it was me, a smile grew across his face. "Hey, Richard, long time." In my patented, awkward fashion, I continued. "It's been dead out here, huh?" Without looking up, he lamented. "Sure has. It's that time of year. Certainly not going to miss it." Puzzled, I pressed him. "What do you mean?" Once he finished packing his bag, he sighed and his baritone voice continued. "I need to get some help. I'm going to go to that place and lose and finally get myself clean." He sounded so absolute in what he was saying. I couldn't have been happier. "That's great, man. I'd give you a ride myself if I had a car." I chuckled. That really did make my night. He took another deep breath. "I just need to see her again." He revealed a small photo in his pocket, presenting it in his large hands. The picture showed a newborn baby girl in the hands of the man in front of me. I haven't really seen her since she was born. Once I lost my job and everything just started falling apart. He trailed off. He shook it off to say, "I'm just ready. Tonight's my last night. I have my bus ticket ready to go, first thing in the morning. I just thought I would take in one last sunset and say goodbye to the others. I saved enough money to get me one night at the Belmore Inn." I was hard-pressed to find words. I didn't know he had a daughter. It was a lot to take in, but above all, I was so thrilled to hear what he was setting off to do. Remembering what I had in my hands, I spoke up. "Gino's was closing up, and I thought you could use a bite. Since this is going to be the last time I'll see you, I won't take no for an answer." We both smirked. He reached a quickly cooling slice of pizza. "That's really nice of you, Richard. I appreciate it." And, not sure what else to do, I shot my hand forward to him for a shake. "I really think what you're doing is great. It's been nice knowing you." He reached his enormous paw to mine and shook it. "You too. I'd say I'll see you again, but I really hope it's not here." He chuckled as he swung his bag onto his back. I smiled back and waved goodbye. As we made our separate ways, a question occurred to me. "Hey, what's your real name, by the way? Maybe I'll look you up someday to see how you're doing." Without turning fully around, he said, "It doesn't really matter." With that, he retreated into the night and left me to wonder what he meant by that. I was soon reaching the block where the Purple Parrot resides. The pub was right off the boardwalk. The neon lights that illuminated nearby were shining across the face of the mighty King Kong ride. Thankfully, my work and home were all within a short walk of one another. The Purple Parrot served as the ever-so-convenient median between the two. The Purple Parrot was also where I picked up shifts in the off-season. They must have noticed the frequency with which I visited and decided to offer me a job. It was a solid gig. The Purple Parrot was one of the few year-round places on the island. Locals gravitated toward it once the summer crowds dissipated. If I was going to spend my time there, I figured I might as well get paid. Just as I was rounding the corner to the off-ramp, something happened. A loose board that hugged the wall greeted my sneaker and sent me tumbling down. All this tourism revenue, and this damn boardwalk is still old enough for Medicare. I turned over onto my side to see where my backpack had landed. It was adjacent to the culprit. I groaned as I reached over to grab it, when something caught my eye. Along the wall, hiding just below the wood, I saw what looked like a wasp's nest. It was peeking out from the dark at me, almost as if it was watching me. I peered at it with the light of the pub guiding me. This wasn't a wasp's nest. It was a sickly pale yellow. Its texture looked wet, almost as if it was hot candle wax burning from a flame. Maybe the fall had disoriented me, but I could swear I saw it moving, rising and falling ever so subtly, like it was breathing. I adjusted my eyes as I leaned in. It wasn't very big, maybe the size of a tennis ball. It was riddled with holes, craters that left very little room for much else. I couldn't help but glare at them. Then it happened. They blinked at me. I jumped back. I pushed myself off the loose board, propping myself up against the concrete. The wood must have knocked whatever it was off the wall. I turned my eyes back to the mass only to find it was gone, leaving only a trail of faint fluid in one direction, under the boardwalk. Then, only silence. The sound of my rapidly racing heart was all that was left. What the hell was that? Did it really blink at me? I had to have been seeing things. I just had to. If that was a dead nest, why wasn't it thin and papery? The more I thought of its texture, the more I started to feel nauseous. If there were ever a time I needed a drink, this was it. I began walking in a daze, listlessly, on autopilot. Only the buzzing sign above guided me to my destination, like a moth to a flame. I pushed the bar doors open to find an empty cavern. Only the sound of the reverberating jukebox rang about the building. Hello, it's me, Todd Rundgren. The ghosts around here had good taste. The dim lighting hid the architectural bones of the building. In typical Rehoboth Beach tradition, this was yet another aging wonder. On quiet nights like this one, you might hear the remnants of good times past. Sometimes, it even felt like the seat next to mine was taken, even if nobody was there. For now, it was just me and my echoing footsteps. I hadn't sat for more than what felt like a few seconds before Damien asked me for my drink. I snapped out of it. What's that? Your drink, Richard. What would you like to drink? He said, gesturing in a chugging motion. Just grab me a shot of the usual, please. With that, he made his way to the far-end cooler. Blackberry brandy, a local delicacy. Never had it before I moved down here, but it quickly became my drink of choice. If your local watering hole doesn't keep a bottle or two in their frostiest cooler, don't bother. A warm shot of this might as well be a felony. Damien poured a heavy hand into the glass in front of me. It's on me, buddy. He poured another for himself and we clinked our glasses. You all right, man? You look like you've seen a ghost. That nauseous rot in my stomach returned. The hum of the lights above me seemed to grow louder in sync with my thudding heart. How would I even have begun to explain what I had just seen? Before I could formulate a lie, he had to greet a new bar patron. My eyes followed suit to find that it was a familiar face. There she was, the girl I had just seen at Gino's Slice. Do you come here often? She said with a faux twang accent, pulling up in the vacated seat next to me. I reckon, I said coyly, channeling my inner John Wayne. Looks like we have the place all to ourselves, she remarked with a grin. Damien better not leave the register unattended. There must be a whole $50 in there. I quipped. She laughed. Perfect. Just the right amount to start a new life with. She presented her mixed drink to me for a cheers, only for me to realize my shot was empty. Suddenly, as if telepathically summoned, Damien was there pouring into my glass midair. Talk about top-notch service. Here's to... I trailed off. Here's to another summer in the books, she declared. I nodded my head and followed through with my second dose of medicine. She then continued. So are you local year-round? I shook my head yes and clarified. Haven't always been. This is going to be the second winter I stay down here. How about you? She then proceeded to explain that she was back in school, Her father owned Gino's Slice, and she was only helping on weekends until they closed for the year. She was a nursing major, in the thick of her training to become certified. I listened intently. She seemed like she had a plan. I discovered we were the same age, 23, yet on completely different avenues in life. She was at least on a road. I haven't been on one for miles. Enough about me. What are you up to? A question I was dreading. I answered very plainly, I don't know. After a brief silence, I involuntarily laughed. I'm just trying to figure some things out. It's been a very long couple of years. I think she could see the fatigue on my face. Do you want to talk about it? I shook it off. Not particularly. It'll pass. Just a matter of time. I noticed she must have gone home and changed. She was no longer in her generic East Coast Italian pizzeria shirt. She was wearing a faded Rolling Stones shirt under her plaid long sleeve. I saw my opening and quickly changed the subject. Hey, I love that shirt. I work over at Phantom Vinyls, actually. We have one just like it. She looked down and declared, That's hilarious. That's where I stole this from. We both laughed. It wouldn't surprise me, I remarked. The staff there is terrible. Someone needs to be fired. Our laughter echoed in the empty bar, only now mixing with the sound of a different song. These Eyes by the Guess Who. The ghosts never miss, she continued. The Stones are my dad's favorite band. He named me Leora after the song. I liked that. It fit her. My dad loved them too, I concurred. He took me to see them when I was a kid. She smiled. Sounds like a great dad to me. I averted my gaze and wanted to change the subject. Then it hit me. Maybe she liked the album I took home. I began to reach for my bag only to find that it was missing something. The record. My eyes went into the distance, suddenly being brought back to the reality that was my night. Everything okay? She inquired. Yeah, I just took an album home tonight, and I think I might have left it behind. Then a thought chilled me to the bone. Did it fall out of my bag when I fell on the boardwalk? It was a white album, I would have seen it, right? Unless, did it slip between the cracks? My mind raced for a moment before she said, Looks like I'm not the only person on the island with the 5-finger discount at Phantom Vinyls. I snapped out of it and gave a half-hearted chuckle. I looked at my phone. A few missed calls, a few texts. I didn't care to answer. It was getting close to 11. I had definitely stayed longer than my allotted time at the Purple Parrot. Besides, I had a girl at home that didn't like to be kept waiting. Keepsake, my German Shepherd. She was no doubt worried sick where I was. The thoughts of what I had seen earlier that night began storming upon what was a good mood. I quickly said, I have to get going. My dog is home waiting for me, and she could probably use a quick walk before bed. Leora smiled wide. I love dogs. Do you think I could meet her? There was a pause. I didn't know if she meant this very moment or in the near future. Either option didn't feel good to me. It was a nice surprise to meet someone who could distract me from my mind this long. What was the endgame here? This girl was probably better off just leaving whatever this was between us right here at the Purple Parrot. I'm sure you'll see her. I walk her a lot around here. Maybe if she's good, I'll grab a slice for her this weekend. That was the best I could do. It was better than, run as fast as you can. Do you need me to walk you home? She responded, I'm meeting some of my friends at Henlopen Point. I was going to call an Uber. It's their last weekend of work here, so they want to celebrate. Damien, beginning to close up for the night, spoke up. I can wait here with her. I'm still cleaning up. I'll see you tomorrow night. With what I was going to do next on my mind, I began to make my way to exit. Just as I was opening the doors, she shouted, You never told me your name! Without turning around or even thinking, I responded, It doesn't really matter. What the hell did I mean by that? Just as I opened the bar doors, I was greeted by a misty air. The air had taken a new quality. This one was thick. Given the frequent temperature fluctuations this time of year, it was no surprise that a storm was on the way. I looked down the corridor of streetlights that resided on Rehoboth Avenue, blinking yellow lights, an off-season signature, and the only illuminating sight on this foggy night. There was a slight rumble in the sky. As I made my way, my footsteps on the sidewalk echoed into eternity, each step making me less sure of what I was doing. I made it to the foot of the slope, my shadow growing larger with each step. I peered out to the loose board I had become acquainted with. The fog had passed just long enough for me to see that there was nothing there, just bare naked concrete. I had felt like a child, frightfully staring down a dark hallway after hearing a bump in the night. I scanned the area, no sight of the album. It was around this time that I noticed it was a full moon. With a storm approaching, that combination would definitely spell for a high tide. If the record was down there, it would be gone by morning. I turned my phone flashlight on and was greeted with more impenetrable fog. By this point, I could feel the kiss of rain above me. The boom of thunder alerted me to make a decision. I took steps forward into the mouth of the boardwalk, searching the sandy floor. Nothing. I turned my attention to the concrete wall. This had to be the spot. No sooner had I turned my attention there, a creaking crawl of sound rang out. Was someone above me? I shined my phone upward and saw nothing but the brilliance of the full moon between the cracks. I took a deep breath and noticed something peeking through the sand to my left. In a shallow grave created by the wind and sand was a white square. I immediately grabbed it. Secret treaties. Finally, I can get the hell out of here. I inspected the LP for damage from the fall to find it was relatively unbothered, except for one thing. As I searched for my coffee stain, I was met with a surprise. The faint brown stain was overlapped by a new color. Black. There was a jet black streak smeared across the plastic sleeve. To my eyes, it was crusted and coarse, like concrete. I held it close to my flashlight, unable to decipher its meaning. Just then, another creak. I frantically shunned my light in both directions to find the origin. Nothing. Something did catch my eye. To the wall. The clear fluid I had noticed in my early encounter had created a slimy drip down the wall. It led to a burrowing path into the sand. It was as if something had crept in an effort to be undetected. The trail appeared to be thick and deliberate. Using my light, I traced the journey of the fluid to find it created a path to where I found the album. It led even further. I took slight steps to discover more. I couldn't stop. My mind was screaming at me to turn back, but my inquisitive feet prevailed. I must have hypnotically walked an entire 2 blocks investigating when I was stopped dead in my tracks. I spotted the edge of a sharp corner sticking out of the sand. I knelt down to investigate. It was a photo. I lifted it high and shook the sand. I knew this picture. It was the snapshot of a father with his newly born daughter in his arms. Adrian Crow? I stared at that photo for what felt like hours. In reality, it had only been a few minutes, but the storm had finally arrived. The crash of lightning exploded above me and was chased by thunder. I could see the tide was creeping ever closer, so I had to keep moving. I secured the album and photo into my backpack and started to hastily make my way home. The Purple Parrot neon signs had been retired for the night. I kept to the awnings of the hotels that resided on my journey home to stay dry. It was to no avail. When it rains here, it pours. The streets were already beginning to flood, sweeping away whatever debris lay in its wake. It felt like I was the only man left on Earth. But that wasn't a foreign feeling. At this point, I just wanted to get home to Keepsake. That was the only thing that would make sense to me right now. I rounded the corner to my street, turning my brisk walk into a jog to the finish line. Greeting me at the window was the love of my life, pointed ears and alert. She stood tall at the bay window of the house. I don't know who was more excited to see who. She immediately bombarded me with kisses and whined with excitement, not caring that I was drenched from the storm. One perk of working at the record shop is that I'm allowed to close up temporarily to let her out and feed her throughout the shift. You would have thought I was gone for days the way she reacted. Once I peeled out of the wet clothes and changed, I retreated to the living room, using a matchbook from the Purple Parrot to light some candles in the event of a power outage. The only sound filling this house was the persistent thunder and the ever-wagging tongue of my keepsake. I sat on the couch with her and took a much-needed deep breath. I looked around the house. Everything was still and grounded. They say you can never go home again, but I never fail to feel transported in time when I'm here. Nothing has changed in 15 years, almost like waking up in a Polaroid every day. After all, Dad didn't like change, and any disturbing of this place would feel like a tarnishing. He even had a picture I drew when I was 7 on the fridge. It was me with a mighty sword, slaying a giant creature I conjured up from my imagination. I played far too much Zelda for my own good then. It never fails to get a smile out of me when I see it in the morning. I suppose there are worse places to live than in a memory. The silence of this tomb was becoming ear-splitting, and my mind began to wander to places I wished not to visit. I resolved to finish something I had started earlier in the evening. I placed the photo of Adrian Crowe and his daughter on my kitchen table. The weather should be clear in the morning. I would take Keepsake for a walk to the Belmore Inn first thing and hopefully return it to him. I looked up the bus schedule, and the first bus was due at 7:15. The album I acquired was next, now in the bright light of the kitchen. The mysterious dark smear on the protective sleeve still persisted. It must have been a product of the moonlight in which I discovered it, but it was much bigger than I remembered. The color was different. This shade was much more vibrant. I know what you're thinking. How can black be vibrant? I swear it almost seemed to glow. The texture was also amiss. I could have sworn it was dried and solid. The glare of the kitchen light presented a more ink-like substance. Staring at it was making me queasy. The same nauseating feeling I had looking at the imposter wasp nest. Every fiber of my being told me not to touch it. I quickly resolved to just put it in the trash. I had plenty of sleeves at work. Just as I was tossing it in the bin and closing it shut, I couldn't help but stare at the blot. For some reason, it felt like staring into an abyss, into true nothingness. It seemed like the stain was peering back, looking right through me. It's too late for this, I thought. I needed a nightcap to put me out for good. I approached the fridge. Planted in the freezer was a bottle of Ol Reliable. Nestled next door were a few assorted spirits that hadn't been touched since the previous owner was around. Cherry vodka. Maybe I'd change it up. I retrieved some ice cubes and made my way to the living room with the record. Tucked into the corner was a vintage stereo cabinet, a family heirloom. A collection of records resided next door, and I contributed my newest addition. With that, I dropped the needle as the roar of guitars ripped out through the speakers. I sipped my drink and perused the collection of music. Some of these albums have been here 50 years, dating back to my grandmother. She was a young lady when the world first met Elvis, the king. That was the genesis of the hereditary love for music in my family. I slid an LP out of its crypt. The Flamingos. Haven't pulled this one before. Just as I was inspecting it, I heard a faint bark. I peered down the dark hallway to see the shape of Keepsake, seated politely at a door. It was Dad's room. I usually kept it closed. I walked down to meet her, petting the top of her head. I know, baby. I miss him too. I did something out of character and opened the door. Keepsake, without missing a beat, found her way to the still-made bed. I sat down next to her and rubbed her belly. I could still feel the bass from the record through the walls. I glanced over to see a closet door cracked open, almost as if it were done on purpose. I opened it to be immediately drawn to a shoebox on the floor. I unearthed it to find it was an archive of ticket stubs. The overwhelming majority were from one place, Keepsake Arena, Philadelphia, PA. A few included Kiss, December 22nd, 1977, Paul McCartney and Wings, May 14th, 1976, Pink Floyd, June 29, 1977, Blue Oyster Cult, August 14th, 1975. I spent the next hour sifting through them, only stopping once to flip the record over and refill my drink. The kitchen window was cracked open, and the wild winds of the storm violently blew some loose cooking utensils onto the floor. As I closed it, I could still hear the creaking bones of this old house coming to life. Those noises were practically a lullaby for me at this point. I returned to the room, and just as I was getting too tired to continue, I found the one that eluded me. The Rolling Stones. November 17th, 2006. Atlantic City. I was only 4 years old. Wow. I can vaguely remember bits of it. My main memory of the night was sitting on his shoulders for the majority of the night, feeling larger than life. I recall trying to catch the lights from the stage with my hands as they danced the arena around me. Just as I was in the trenches of that memory, a sudden skip in the music. Just as the record was in the midst of the song I was most intrigued by, Harvester of Eyes, the antique stereo began to falter. These older models tend to do this, creating an almost hypnotic trance with the music. Returning the ticket stubs, I relieved the vinyl of its duties for the evening. There, I decided to give my grandmother the stage. The opening chords of I Only Have Eyes for You arrived, and I felt at ease. The storm was still strong, lightning seemingly pulsating with the music. I turned the lights down, blew out the candles, and finished my drink. I summoned Keepsake to the couch where we comforted each other. The ethereal harmonies of the flamingos lulled us both to sleep, thankful for all we had, even if it was just each other. I was yanked from my slumber by an abrupt sound. My bloodshot eyes opened, and I searched my surroundings for the origin. The storm still raged on, but this wasn't thunder. The stereo was no longer playing. I was shrouded in darkness. The power was out. Reaching for my phone to check the time, only to find it was dead. The startling noise returned. Only this time, it was a series. I looked at the couch to see Keepsake was gone. Did she need to go out? She had a vocabulary of expressions, and this wasn't one of them. She rang out again, desperately for attention. This wasn't a bark. This was a scream. I hurriedly traced it to find her at the border of the dining room and kitchen. She wasn't Saturday. She was crouched forward, with the fur of her nape standing straight up. I could only make her figure out with each flash of lightning. Barking violently, her paws skidded across the hardwood as she backed herself into me. She reached up desperately with her paw and whined into my hands, hiding herself behind my legs. My heart was thudding in my chest with confusion, crawling out of my throat. I dared to slowly peer around the corner to see the origin of her fear. What I saw next, I can't properly explain. Creeping out of the lid of my trash can was an oozing substance, stringy and sticky, like a vine wrapping around a dead tree. It was slowly sprawling across the floor, like veiny webs conquering the land below it. The only identifiable property of it was the color. It was the same ink color I had seen on the protective sleeve, now sprawling and humming with a noise I had never heard before. It sounded like the dissonance of two sour notes on a broken piano, droning with dread. It crept even further, now out of the can and making a direct route to me, rising in pitch like an angry hornet. Keepsake's barks were now transformed into yelps, resulting in her skidding to the living room. I was paralyzed, almost as if by design of a predator. I did the only thing that made sense and ran into the living room to retrieve the matchbook. Keepsake was huddled in a corner of the room, shaking like a leaf on a tree. I returned to the kitchen to find the substance had covered more tile. Grabbing the bottle of cherry vodka on the counter, I doused the atrocity and lit a match. Still in a momentary state of shock, I could see the grounded ick begin to rise in protest as the noise permeating from it was now at a fever pitch. It stood high and spread itself apart, like a blossoming flower of tendons. A sonic scream began to form from within it, rumbling with the thunder outside, nearly blowing the match out. I threw the flame in desperation and watched as it combusted with the fury of hellfire. What followed was an unearthly screech that nearly made my ears bleed. I fell back into the dining room table and broke the chair under me. Keepsake ran over to my aid, sat behind me as we both glared in horror at what we were seeing. She howled to the sound, and I covered her ears in protection. I gripped her tight, watching as the flames raged on and the cries died out with the creature. The fire alarm rang out, so I rushed to the pantry in the garage to grab the extinguisher with Keepsake in full pursuit. I sprinted to the kitchen to find a harrowing sight. A trail of ash and a coat of clear slime lead underneath my back door, desperately squeezed through the cracks to escape. I opened the door, astonished to find where it led. There was a storm drain in our backyard to help prevent flooding. The nightmarish trail led directly to it, leaving only one possibility of where it fled. It was gone. The steady beep of my fire alarm persisted throughout the kitchen, even with the smoke long gone. I sat my frozen body against the back door. My stare into the night sky could have stretched 1,000 miles. What should I do? Do I call the cops? A scientist? A priest? What would I even tell them? Even if I told the truth, they wouldn't believe me. Hell, I didn't believe me. The thoughts overwhelmed me, and I could feel my body begin to shut down on me. I looked in the kitchen, replaying the events of the night over in my head. Have I finally lost it? I grabbed the bottle of cherry vodka off the counter. There was a shot or two left remaining. Drinking wasn't going to help, but it sure as hell wasn't going to hurt either. I took a look at the damage from my fall in the dining room, which coincided with the throbbing pain in my body. I staggered across the hallway to my room and collapsed in my bed with Keepsake. An involuntary wave of sleep began crashing down on me. Maybe this was a dream within a dream, and I would wake up on the couch where this nightmare began. I woke up to my face being licked, praying to God it was Keepsake. I opened my eyes to find that it was indeed her. The morning light shone through on us, an unwelcome sight for sore eyes. This was worse than any hangover I ever had. This felt like a car wreck. The bruises on my leg and back served as a painful reminder. Last night was very real. At least the power was back. That was a win. I realized that in the midst of the chaos that was last night, my phone never charged, and I most likely missed my alarm. As I hooked my phone to charge, I eagerly waited to find that the time was 8:43. Jesus Christ, I missed the bus. I looked at the snapshot on the table and decided that I could still go to the hotel. Maybe he checked in with his real name and I could mail this picture to the clinic in Louis. I hurried out the door, leaving my phone behind to power up. The storm last night left Rehoboth Beach a chilly, damp wasteland. Wet leaves tumbled about the street set to an overcast sky. I hadn't even taken the time to remember that Halloween was around the corner. Despite the many vacated homes, there was a scattering of decorations on my way to the Belmore Inn. Keepsake stopped to sniff some pumpkins, barked at a neighbor's scarecrow. If it didn't feel like I was already living through a horror film, I would have enjoyed the sights more. Even though it was only us, I couldn't help but feel like we weren't alone. The cascading falls of excess rain into every sidewalk gutter made my palms sweat. We arrived at the hotel to find an older woman working the front desk. She was reading an old paperback romance novel and hardly paid us any mind. "Excuse me, were you working the desk overnight?" Turning the page without looking up, she sighed. "What does it look like?" Ignoring that, I retrieved the photo from my pocket to show her. "Did you happen to see this man?" Refusing to pay any mind to the picture, she flatly said, "No." Losing all patience, I slammed my hand on the desk, rattling her thick-rimmed glasses almost off her face. "Look, lady, I've had a very long night. I need to find this man. He was supposed to check in here last night. Did you or did you not fucking see him?" She was astonished, as was I. "What is happening to me?" "No, I didn't. I'm sorry, sir." She trembled. "Okay, maybe her shift started after he came in?" I asked if I could see the check-in log from last night. She grabbed the clipboard and handed it over shakily. Not a single check-in. My stomach dropped. He never made it here. I could feel my pulse rising as we made our way outside. I stood at the corner with Keepsake, feeling uneasy about what my next move might have to be. The Belmore Inn was only 1 block away from the beach. Adrian Crow said he left to say goodbye to the others. Did he go under the boardwalk? It was a rainy night. Sometimes the homeless will sleep down there to stay dry, or even burn a bonfire to stay warm this time of year. My body was screaming internally to turn back around, but I knew where I had to go next. I needed answers. I found my feet at the base of the boardwalk, pointed toward the unknown. Swaying off the ocean into town was a parade of mist, a mere memory of last night's storm. If I was going to get any answers, I needed to find Adrian Crow. Best place to start would be to trace my steps. I gripped Keepsake's leash tight and began my journey. The record shop was still shuttered. Mr. Doyle, the owner, would be in later today to open up shop. Business had been so quiet lately, he had let me know he'd be in town to prepare closing down for the winter. Gazing at the shop in its current state made me long for boring nights listening to random records. That world, as I knew it, felt like a distant memory. The attractions and shops that were shrouded in shadows were now exposed. Somehow, their presence in this light wasn't any less unsettling. Despite their catatonic state, even horses on the merry-go-round felt like they were monitoring us. There was not a soul in sight, save for one man I spotted unlocking an equipment shed. I peeked inside as I made my way. Rows of vendor carts and propane tanks. He must be one of the few holdouts hanging on until the end. Soon after, I passed Gino Slice. Lost in all this was the fact that I abruptly left Leora at the bar. I didn't have room in my brain at the moment to process that guilt. With any luck, it was enough to scare her away. Whatever this was that I was getting myself into, she was better off. My walk had already reached as far as I remembered seeing Adrian Crow. I looked around me. Every shop was still under lockdown. The only landmark of note from this point on was the pier. This was the general area where I found the picture beneath me. I looked up at our town's landmark attraction, the Ferris wheel. Inactive, the gale winds rocked the carriages with a foreboding groan. I could see the apprehension in Keepsake's eyes. It was time to go under. Making our way down, I looked to my right. Back the way I came was a repeating corridor of pillars and wood into a void. To my left was a similar sight, but ended at a concrete wall. Heading in that direction was a familiar sight in the sand. The burrowing trail I had seen last night was still here. Even with the still present high tide swallowing the sand around us, it still persisted. This trail was different. It looked like it was splintered and scattered through the ground in one direction. I knew what this looked like. I saw the same pattern on my kitchen floor last night. Looking even further around me, my blood ran cold. It wasn't just one set, there were multiple. As I followed the path to the pier wall, I noticed each passing pillar had residue of the slime that violated my home. I rushed out from under the boards and vomited into the sand. The wind was whipping now. Sand pellet bullets smacked my face as I struggled to catch my breath. I reassured Keepsake I was okay, but we both knew I was anything but. I trembled as we began to make our way to the pier. The biggest difference between the pier and the boardwalk was structure. Under the pier was much lower to the ground, and due to the numerous rides and attractions above, there was no light shining through the cracks. Turbine winds were howling underneath, creating a similar drone to the ungodly one I heard last night. I could also see the tide was washing up below as waves crashed around us. It was just then I could hear a faint growl. I looked down to see Keepsake was sitting politely to my side, but her face was stern. Suddenly, she leaned forward to bark. It echoed throughout the empty space, only to be followed by more. She was pulling me toward the darkness. Now, I held with all my strength, but her primal instincts were stronger. Her barks became a mess of growls and spit as she showed her teeth to the abyss. Before I knew it, she yanked me into the sand as I failed to grab her. She was gone. Crouching forward, I pursued into the darkness. I followed the sounds of her barks, calling her name out desperately. The only illuminating light I had was the open ocean to my right, which was flooding my shoes. To my left was pure oblivion. Keepsake's barks had led me deep into the bowels of the pier, when suddenly they stopped. The only noise now was my rapid breaths and the howl of the wind. I called out for her only to hear nothing in response. My voice cracked as I called again. Dead silence. Tears began to fill my eyes. Panic was flooding my body. Suddenly, a thudding, far away but fast approaching. I scanned my surroundings, unable to locate it. It was faster now. Each boom shook my heart. Shaking, I began to brace myself when I was pummeled into the sand. I felt the same warm kisses that awoke me this morning. It was Keepsake, thank God. Grabbing her ears and seeing her eyes lock into mine, relief washed over me as the tide followed suit. My body's defense mechanism took the wheel as I began to laugh until I realized something. Keepsake had dropped something foreign off at my feet. It was an empty backpack. The very same empty backpack I saw swung over the broad shoulders of the man I was searching for. A reality began creeping on me. If I did find Adrian Crow, it's not going to be pleasant. Something was very wrong here, and we were somehow in the middle of it. With Keepsake by my side, I pressed on, letting her lead the way. Sticking as close as we could to the water for light, I searched every inch of the pier for any more clues. Just ahead were rocks that hugged the shoreline. As I focused on the waves that were crashing into them, I saw something. It looked to be a body laid across the rocks, still under the cover of the pier. Beginning to run, we came to find something much more horrifying. What I'm about to write next, I'm going to have a hard time getting through. This was a body, but it was mutilated beyond resembling anything human. The skin was almost gone, seemingly torn off the body like wrapping paper. Any remainder on the body was covered underneath in varicose veins that were unmistakably black. The body's ribs were exposed and hollowed out like a jack-o'-lantern. Below them was a floating pool of half-devoured organs. It looked like a body that was eaten from the inside out. The mouth was open in sheer terror, stretched wide to let out a scream that nobody would hear. The areas surrounding the mouth were stained with that jet-black color I'd become all too familiar with. Inside the mouth was a set of incomplete and shattered teeth. Leading from the neck up was a series of black, bloody tear trails. They led to a pair of eyes that were no longer there. The only discernible feature was the bald head that held those eyes. The head on the body of a large man who I called my friend. I stood in frozen terror, my mouth and eyes wider than the ocean beside me. Adrian Crow. The ticking hands of the office clock paced their way around the track. Given the fact that my phone was still at the house, this was the only concept of time I had. We sat for hours waiting for Sheriff Crow to return. His office was no more than a holding cell for us. Keepsake napped on the floor as my leg bounced restlessly. Suddenly, the office door swung open, and there he was, carrying 2 bowls of water and kibble for my girl. "I know you two have been waiting some time, Mr. Bellamy. I'm sure she could use this." He placed it down to her smacking lips. "Thank you, so do you have?" He cut me off before I could even begin. "We found your friend, or what was left of him, that is. I just returned from the coroner's office, and we have tracked down some family to come identify the body. It's an unfortunate situation, a damn shame. I'm sure that was terrible to find." Before I could even formulate a response, he continued, "Looks like the coroner is leaning towards accidental death, maybe even death by misadventure, given where he was found and his previous visits here for drunk and disorderly. We think he might have fallen off the pier onto the rocks below." Astonished, I stood up. "That's impossible. I saw him last night. He was going to lose to get clean. He was sober as a stone." The sheriff raised his hand to request that I sit down. After a beat, he continued, "I'm sure he was. You also told me that he mentioned saying goodbye to the others. We don't have a toxicology report yet, but it's not outside the realm of possibility. He could have decided he wanted one last hurrah with his friends." Shaking my head, I blurted, "How do you explain what happened to his body? A fall onto the rocks isn't doing that. There's no way." He interrupted me again. "Richard, his body was down there for hours. I have seen vultures do worse to roadkill on the street. We had a nasty storm last night that brought tides high enough to cause flooding. He was most likely in the water for a long time, and there are a million things in those waters that could have done some damage. You would be shocked at what washes up on these shores after a storm like that." I sat in silence. I still hadn't told him about what happened in my kitchen last night. I struggled with the words to explain it. The entire time he was gone. Now, I knew for sure he wouldn't believe me. Accidents happen, right? You of all people should understand that. This should be a wake-up call for you, Richard. I know he was your friend, but that could be you someday. Stunned, I stared at him. I was ashamed of what he was alluding to. I know losing your dad was hard. I knew him, hell. I tied a few off with Lee at the Purple Pear back in the day. I just don't want to see you go down the same path. It was awful having to respond to that call and see it was you. I closed my eyes. I didn't want to think about this, but here I was. Last year, months after my dad died, I had a terrible moment. I had a few too many at the Purple Parrot and some more when I went home. I couldn't stand the silence of being alone in that house another minute. I got in my car like an idiot and tried to drive back to my mom's. I was out of my mind. I ended up wrapping my car around a tree in town. Thank God nobody else was hurt. The possibility that I could have hurt someone else still eats at me. Between you and me, I still don't know if I did it on purpose or not. Sometimes I wake up out of a dead sleep thinking I'm still in the wreck. I look down to see Keepsake staring back up at me. I'm glad I wasn't successful. She didn't deserve that. I took a deep breath. "Sheriff, I think there's something very wrong happening here." He reciprocated my inhale and crossed his hands, choosing his next words carefully. He had an unsettlingly serious look on his face. "Richard, I'm going to give you some advice, and I strongly suggest you take it. There are things you don't understand in this world, and sometimes you have to let those things run their course. That's nature, son. Survival. And if you can't survive, you'll soon be extinct. I think it would be in everybody's best interest if you get out of Rehoboth Beach for a while." He grabbed his jacket with those final words and escorted us out of the office. I turned around before he closed the door and asked one last question. "I just need to know one thing. You contacted his family, right? What was his real name?" "It doesn't really matter," he said coldly. With that, he slammed the door shut. When we got home, the silence of this empty house forced me to confront Crow's words. I did something I never thought I'd do. I picked up my phone and called someone who's been trying to reach me for months. My mom. The sheriff was right. I am way above my head. I couldn't help but keep looking at Keepsake. I can't put her or myself in any more danger. I don't know if Crow knows what I know. At this point, I didn't care anymore. The thing under the boardwalk was his problem, not mine. I had my own monster to deal with. The astonishment in my mom's voice when I called was incredible. I didn't realize how much I had alienated myself from her. I forgot how good it was to hear her voice. "Are you sure, Richard? I can be there in a few hours." It had been so long since I had heard from her, I almost forgot my proper name. It almost felt like she was talking about a complete stranger. "Yes, I think it's time." The haste in which she hung up the phone could be felt through the receiver. I swear I could hear her car keys rattling. I wasted no time packing up. I couldn't very well take the stereo with me, so I decided to give one last album a spin. The Slider by T-Rex. Nothing like a little glam rock to lighten the mood. I think I could even sense the wag in Keepsake's tail as a sign she was also ready to leave. There wasn't much I could take with me, and I wasn't sure if I was ever coming back. I'd be leaving this place almost exactly as I found it, and maybe that was for the best. Just as my favorite song on the album, Ballrooms of Mars, was playing, I couldn't help but notice an ironic line. "There are things in night that are better not to behold." You said a mouthful, Mr. Boland. The sun was in its early stages of setting, and I did not want to be around for whatever tonight had to offer. Then, something happened. Just as I finished packing, I went to grab a bite to eat from the fridge. The picture I drew as a kid was hanging on the front, and I took it down, weighing if I should bring it with me. That kid was certainly braver than I was now. It reminded me of what was in my pocket. I pulled out the snapshot photo of Adrian Crow and his daughter, and held it side by side with my drawing. The urgency I was feeling to leave was now beginning to turn. That poor girl will never know him, and he didn't get the chance he deserved to make things right. How I wished I could go back and tell him to get as far away from the boardwalk as possible when I had the chance. Then some anger started to slowly fill me. Adrian Crow wasn't just some nameless casualty to alcoholism. Letting his daughter and everybody else think that made my teeth clench. I knew what it was like to have those eyes on you when people think they know you and your family. I know what I saw, and every fiber of my being knew what the sheriff was selling me was bullshit. I couldn't go back and save Adrian Crow, but I couldn't let this be the end for him. It was around this time I could hear my mom's car pull up. I had to make a decision. I went out and greeted her with a long hug. I could practically feel her tears on my shoulders. "Are you ready?" she asked misty-eyed. I could feel it in my gut. This is the part in scary movies when you are screaming at the character to get out of the house. Actually, the guys over at the Purple Parrot wanted to throw a little get-together for my last night. Damien said he'd give me a lift back to your place tomorrow afternoon. "Would you mind just taking Keepsake for tonight?" Puzzled, she nodded yes, but didn't look convinced. "Richard, are you sure?" Almost as if she could tell exactly what I was going to do. I sighed. "Yeah, it wouldn't feel right leaving without saying goodbye first. I'll be home sometime before noon." I smiled as I hugged her again, her face still pensive and unsure. "I promise, really. I just need to do this one last thing." I gave Keepsake one last kiss on her head as she settled into the front seat of the car. "I will see you real soon, baby. I promise." With that, I gave my mom a wave goodbye as she drove off. I could feel a big part of my heart breaking. This might be the last time I ever see them. Keepsake's eyes locked onto mine until the car was out of sight. I stared from my backyard to the tangerine-colored skies. It would be night soon. One of the perks of living here year-round is that I'm one of the only people left on my block. With what I was planning on doing tonight, I needed to arm myself. The Mackenzies next door had a tool shed that was almost half the size of my house. I wasn't sure what I was looking for, but I was certain it would be in there. Thankfully, they were in Florida for the winter, and they asked me to check on their place, so I knew where their spare keys were. All I knew about this thing is that fire hurt it, but didn't kill it. Maybe the key to all this was what I encountered when that fateful fall took place last night. The pit in my stomach returned as I thought about it again. That nest. I shuddered to think that maybe I was right about what it appeared to be, but not the horror of what that meant. Their shed was loaded with garden and construction equipment. Mr. Mackenzie was quite the handyman. An axe gleamed in the light of the shed. Might not kill it, but I'm sure it would slow it down. I stowed it away in my bag as another item caught my eye. A small handheld grilled torch sat on the table with a full tank of propane attached. I had seen Mr. Mackenzie use to show off at cookouts. A plan was starting to formulate. I returned home to pack my bag for the night. This time, there was no music, I was going to have to make a stop at the Purple Parrot after Damien closed down for the night. I looked at my phone to see a text. My mom had sent me a picture of her and Keepsake, safe and sound. I could feel a tear in my eye as I texted her, "I love you." I scrolled to the very bottom of my messages to see the last in line. The last conversation I had with my dad. Me. "I'll be there in a few hours. You want some takeout?" My treat. Dad. It doesn't really matter. It was just then I heard a sudden knock on my door. I wasn't expecting anybody and certainly didn't want company at this moment. The knocking continued. I tried to peek out around the door to get a glimpse. It was nightfall now, and I couldn't make the shape of whoever or whatever it was out. Finally, I swung the door open to see a shocking sight. "Leora? Leora, what are you doing here?" She asked if she could come in, and I obliged. She took a second to think over her words and turned around. "Damien gave me your address. Something seemed really off last night when you were leaving, and I just wanted to check up on you." I felt like I needed to make up any lie I could to get her out of here, but I couldn't help but feel disarmed by her presence. "I'm okay. That album I was telling you about, it fell out of my bag and I wanted to go back and get it before that storm hit," I explained. "That's not what I'm talking about," she replied. "You just seem like you're struggling with something. I could see it in your eyes the entire time. Damien told me about your dad after you left." I shook my head. "Of course he did. I am fine, I promise," I said, laughing. I don't know who I was trying to convince. She asked if we could sit down on the couch and I followed her. She seemed very sullen, not the same lively girl I had met last night. The bright eyes I got acquainted with now had a cloudier tone. "You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. I just wanted to tell you that you aren't alone, even if you feel like you are. I know what it's like to lose somebody, and I still deal with it every single day." Wringing her hands, she continued, "I lost my little sister 5 years ago. I told her how sorry I was. She shook it off and took a look around the house. This is a pretty big place for just one guy, don't you think?" she observed. "Yeah. This used to be my grandmother's. She left it to my dad and he moved down here after the divorce. When he passed, it went to my mom and I. That would explain the antique furniture." She jabbed jokingly, looking at an old wooden cabinet of pictures. I laughed. "I think it adds to the charm, don't you?" She nodded and continued to scan the living room when the record player caught her eye. She got up to check it out when she noticed the collection of albums. "So, are you going to play the record that was more important than hanging out with me last night?" she inquired sarcastically. I got up to find it. Looking at the cover made me freeze in place. I was getting distracted from what I needed to do tonight. I glanced over to my bag to make sure it wasn't in plain sight. I couldn't have Leora questioning what I was doing with an axe. I decided that it was still too early for the Purple Parrot to have been closed. I couldn't act suspicious and chance Leora finding out what I was up to. My best bet was to play it cool and send her on her way. I placed the needle on side 2 where I left off, and we returned to the couch. We listened for a while and she remarked that I had good taste. I thanked her and said I'd get it from my dad. "What was he like?" she asked. I took a deep breath. "He was great. He was my best friend, my only friend, for a while. It was like we were the same person." She smiled and encouraged me to go on. "We did everything together. We were inseparable. He used to always say from the moment I was born, everything just clicked. It was effortless. You know, I never tried too hard. It all just came naturally. We bonded over everything. He was like a superhero to me." I started to get a little choked up. I hadn't talked about my dad like this since the funeral. Maybe it was the weight of the world I had been feeling crashing down on me. Maybe there was something about Leora I instinctively trusted. It all just poured out of me at that moment. When my parents divorced, things really changed. It didn't happen overnight, but he was never the same. He stopped being my dad. When he moved down here, the drinking started, and it wasn't long before he was unrecognizable. I think the pain of losing my mom was too much for him. His drinking pushed me away, and I stopped coming to see him as much. I stopped to catch my breath. I was speaking so fast, I forgot to breathe. I slowed myself down and regained my composure. I came down during winter break from school to spend Christmas with him. When I came in, he was passed out on that recliner, listening to music. I should have known something was wrong. Keepsake was whining the moment I walked in the door. I stopped the music and went to cover him with a blanket, when I noticed he wasn't snoring like he usually does. He wasn't breathing at all. I couldn't go on. I stared at the chair, and for a moment, It was like he was still there. Nothing about this room has changed since that night. I've been reliving every single day without realizing it, like I never left. They said it was alcohol poisoning, but it felt like my dad died long before that. I lamented. Leora brought me in for a hug. I could feel the tears squeezing out of my eyes. "It's okay," she whispered. Holding her in my arms, she stared off and broke through the sounds of music. Ruby was my whole world. She was such a ray of sunshine, it was impossible to feel sad around her. She wanted me to take her sledding after that blizzard we got about 5 years ago. We had so much fun, it was just the two of us. I felt like a kid again. She got quiet, almost as if she was living through it again right there in my arms. The last thing I remember was her singing in the car with me, and then waking up in the hospital. We hit a patch of black ice on the drive home. I lost control, and we hit a tree head-on. My heart was thudding like thunder, almost breaking completely. They said she died on impact, like it was some kind of comfort that she didn't suffer. As much as I have tried to cope and heal, I wish every day that we could trade places. Then she said something that shook my very being. Some nights I wake up, and it's like I'm still in the wreck. Time may pass, but it doesn't mean it takes you with it. That's the thing about depression. It's like quicksand. You're stuck in place, slowly being consumed and don't even know it. That's what it wants. It's inside all of us, just biding its time before it can swallow us whole. We sat in silence. Those words hit me hard. Then a question dawned on her as she got up to look at me. "You said you had a dog. Where is she?" I was so deep in this moment, I had almost forgotten Keepsake was with my mom. I made a promise to her that I would be back. Maybe it wasn't too late to turn around. "Oh, I actually had my mom pick her up. I think I'm going to leave Rehoboth Beach for a while. I just needed to do something before I left," I confessed. She looked puzzled. "Really? What was that?" There was no way I could tell her the truth. I was at a crossroads, but I knew what I needed to do. For now, I didn't see the harm in spending what could be my last hours with her. Maybe I needed to see that girl who works the counter at Gino's Slice before I left. I quipped. I felt something pulling me down. It was her. She brought me in for a kiss. A kiss that felt like the first warm day after months of winter. "What record was your dad listening to?" she asked, nodding towards the stereo cabinet. I had to think about it. It was Band on the Run by Wings. Paul was always his favorite Beatle. As a matter of fact, this was the very room where my grandmother and father watched the Beatles on Ed Sullivan. My dad always said that was a moment that changed his life forever. Ironically, the song that was playing was the second to last, Picasso's Last Words. That always stuck with me. It was a shame he didn't at least make it to the end. "What do you say we finish it for him?" she suggested. It made me smile. We were nearing the end of Secret Treaties, and she asked if she could use the bathroom. I pointed her in the right direction, and decided to find the album. Once I found it, I heard her voice in the distance. "Richard, I think something is wrong with your sink." Confused, I asked. "What do you mean?" she replied. "There's nothing coming out. It keeps shaking when I turn the faucet. I think it's clogged." I made my way across the living room. I started to get that pit in my stomach again. "Don't touch anything, Leora. I'll be right there," I commanded. Richard? Can you... Her voice was starting to tremble as I began to rush to the door. I swung the door open to see her staring at the mirror. Her hands were crooked and frozen, her eyes wide and fixed upon them. Her fingers were darkly stained and shaking. She began to turn to me, pleading for help. The color sent a jolt of terror throughout my body. "Black." Just as she was about to say something, she gasped. Suddenly, the stains absorbed into her skin like a sponge. She shook violently, and her wide eyes locked into mine, looking for answers. It was then she began to cough. It was quiet, but then became a gag. She collapsed to the tiles, gasping for air as I reached down to catch her. Just before my eyes, one of her teeth fell out onto my lap. Then, another. Her cries began to ring throughout the room as she desperately grabbed for them. A darkness began to bleed through the vacated gums in her mouth, smearing her face. I released her and stood frozen as I watched her crawl towards the toilet. She looked back at me, and her eyes began to ooze the same substance through her tear ducts. Her whimpers were now screams as I watched her eyes begin to roll to the back of her head, the white now consumed with black. They bulged as they melted from the inside of her head, painting her face as she clawed it. I fell back into the door and slowly began to crawl back. as I watched her body convulse. Her veins began to pulsate. I could practically see them through her skin as the darkness invaded her bloodstream. Her fingernails slid off, making way for the same stringy mess of black tendons I saw last night. Soon, they broke through several areas of her body, ripping her skin apart. Suddenly, her screaming stopped. A new noise came from her mouth, and it didn't belong to her. Her limp head slowly twisted towards me as her body began to slowly stagger upwards. I skidded across the floor and slammed the door shut. I ran across the living room to hide behind the couch. I grabbed the axe and grill torch. I needed something flammable. It was dead silent when the sudden start of the final song Astronomy made me jump. I could hear the quiet turning of my bathroom knob creak throughout the house. I peeked my head above to see only the light of the bathroom against the wall and the unholy silhouette that occupied it. I watched those black webs stick to the hardwood floor, dragging Leora's lifeless feet forward. She was unrecognizable, practically being worn as a suit. The same dissonant sound droned from within her as it crept its way through the shadows of my hallway. It made its way to the light switch, turning to my exact location as if it knew where I was. It widened Leora's decimated mouth into the twisted form of a smile as it killed the lights. I turned back down behind the couch, trying to quiet my rapid breath. My heart was beating faster than the crescendoing music beside me. I gripped my axe and waited. I needed to buy time and slow it down. I leaned in and focused on the sound that was buzzing from her body as it drew closer. My adrenaline was at an all-time high as I could hear the wet suction on the floor beside me. I jumped out from behind the couch to meet the atrocity, screaming as I swung my axe. The element of surprise was on my side. I took wild swings at the thighs like a demented lumberjack. The legs separated from what used to be a body as it collapsed to the floor. I took my chance and ran like hell with the torch and axe. I made it to the bathroom to find a large can of Lysol spray in the cabinet. I looked around the corner to see the thing had sprouted more black tendrils from where I amputated the leg. It stood tall, staring down its prey. It let out a screech through Leora's mouth as I sprinted down the hallway. I opened the basement door deliberately, and then quietly hid in the adjacent closet down the hall, leaving only a crack. Just then, the music began to warp into a crawling halt. I could almost hear its appendages sticking to the vinyl. Now the only sound that filled the house was the creaks of hardwood floor, accompanied by the thick thuds of Leora's body being dragged down the hallway. I quieted my breathing and waited. My hands were shaking on the axe as the thing drew near. Just as it finally made it to the basement opening, I sprung from the closet and buried the axe into its head, practically splitting it down the middle. Black blood began to drip down its face as it turned to roar at me with such ferocity that I flew back into the closet. I scrambled to grab the spray and torch as a fireball exploded from my hands, engulfing the body in flames. With both feet, I kicked as hard as I could, sending it tumbling down the basement stairs. I slammed the door shut and held my body against it. All I could hear was the muffled cries of the beast and the crackling of flames. There was no way out down there, no windows or vents, only this door. I needed to barricade it. I ran to the living room and pushed the antique wooden cabinet of family photos onto the floor, shattering years of memories in the process. I pushed with all my might as fast as I could, propping it against the door and handle. I held my body weight against it. The muffled screeches began to rip through the walls as I held my ears. I could hear the slight thud of something climbing up the stairs, one step at a time. I armed myself again. I wouldn't stop until this thing was ash. Just as I was at my most tense, I could hear the crash of the burnt carcass hit the basement floor. It was quiet now. I wasn't taking any chances. I hurriedly grabbed every piece of furniture I could and stacked it against the door. I collapsed onto the floor, out of breath. I knew this wasn't the end. I hurried as I grabbed my bag. The axe was in the basement with Leora's body, and I couldn't chance going down there. I was met with the brisk and howling wind outside as I began to rush down the street. My phone's clock read just past midnight. Damien usually gave last call at 1:01 or so. The Purple Parrot was attached to a motel, owned by the same family. He was most likely working the desk overnight, so I needed to be careful. I rounded the corner and crept in the shadows of the building to see Damien at the desk, typing away on his laptop. He always said he was going to write a book about this place. I made my way down the alley where we threw trash out. The back door to the kitchen had an electric padlock since keys kept going missing. I punched the combo in from memory and quietly made my way in. Thankfully, Damien kept the jukebox on. He didn't like how quiet things got overnight, and he enjoyed hearing the music from the front desk. He always joked it was for the ghosts, and I started to think maybe he wasn't kidding. All I could hear was some indistinct song by the Carpenters echoing throughout, and that certainly wasn't his taste. The kitchen was dark, so I had to use my phone's flashlight as I searched for a bag of bar rags. Once I found them and stuffed a few into my bag, I peered out into the desolate bar. The room was only lit by the still-playing jukebox. Behind the bar was an aluminum bat. Damien insisted on keeping it there in case of an emergency, but tonight it belonged with me. I grabbed the liquor room keys hanging above the register and quietly snuck my way to the back room. I searched for any spirits higher than 100 proof, but we only had one. In the very back sat a single bottle of Everclear. It wasn't ideal, but I would have to make it count. I kept looking out every few seconds to make sure I didn't alert Damien. I spent many nights closing alone here at the Purple Parrot, and you never felt like you were the only one in the room. I took one last look at the bar before I left. The jukebox began to cut out, and its lights flickered. A new song began, and it was a familiar one. It was the final song of the album my dad never finished, 1985. All those nights I spent here alone. Maybe there was somebody sitting in that empty seat after all. I stood at the mouth of the Rehoboth Beach boardwalk, gazing into the void that lay ahead. The only light was provided by the full moon which shone through the cracks above. I retrieved the heavy-duty leather gloves I stole from the Hargroves shed and gripped the baseball bat tight. The Lysol spray and torch were positioned in the outer pockets of the bag on my back like gun holsters. I traversed the sandy floor, waving my light down the hall of pillars. I could hear the boardwalk moaning above me, as if it were gasping its final breaths. I needed to find that nest and put an end to this. These patterns in the ground below me would lead me right to it, I was certain. If nothing else, I was what it wanted, and I was ready for it to come get me. Just as I was making my way to the pier, suddenly there was a noise. It echoed out from behind me as I shone my light in its direction. All I could see were the concrete structures standing still as a tomb, but one had something dark wrapping around it. From the shadows, a figure emerged. Bathed in the moonlight was a nightmarish sight. Leora, or what used to be Leora. She was in a charred state of complete decay, from what I could see, practically falling apart with each step. I turned to hide behind the pillar next to me, stowing the baseball bat away and arming myself with the makeshift flamethrower. My breaths were sharp and uncontrollable as I could feel its presence. I peeked around the corner to see the next move. Her body stopped moving and began to convulse. The black tendrils that had been using her body began to evacuate her into the sand, leaving her a hollowed husk on the ground. I aimed my weapon at the sand as a furious burrow began to form. Just as it reached me and my heart was set to explode, it rushed right by me. I stared out to where it went and could see where it was leading, the pier. I began to run after it, following the freshly made path. I ducked onto the low-hanging ceiling and scanned the area. There was nothing now, just undisturbed sand. Where did it go? I began to search wildly around me. Sounds I hadn't heard before began to ring out the cavern. As I searched, I suddenly couldn't move. I tripped and fell, losing my torch in the sand in front. I grabbed my phone from my pocket and shone the flashlight to my feet to find they were covered in a clear slime that blended into the sand. There were puddles of it all around me. This was a trap. Like a fly in a spider's web, I was stuck. I could feel my legs slowly giving way into the sand, my hands dragging along the soft ground. It was then I heard yet another sound, a wet squelch. I desperately flashed my light around the pier to find its source. At the very end of the pier, painted into the corner, was a mass. This was a fleshy sack that sprawled out along the ceiling, taking up more than a quarter of the size of the boards above it. I swung my bag off and in front reached for the bat for leverage. I kicked my legs and momentarily stopped my descent, stabbing the handle of the bat into the dry sand ahead until it was firm. I pulled my feet slightly forward. I looked up to the mast to see something that made my blood run cold. 100 dark craters, wide and deep. They were pulsating with malice. Then it happened. They blinked at me. I furiously began pulling my legs up, finally freeing them from the sand. My shoes were hardening like concrete. I scrambled to take them off and grab my torch when I heard a loud boom. I flashed my light to the ceiling to see the nest was gone. That horrible noise was back, the sour buzzing that had been violating my ears. In the near distance, something began to rise. Endless black arms began to reach the ceiling in columns, sprawling out in the sand. At the epicenter was the nest. It was triple the size of when I last saw it, stretched out wide with each of its holes spitting out more dark tendrils. A scream began to crescendo inside it as I killed the light and grabbed my torch from the sand. I swung my bag over my shoulders and ran toward the ocean. Feeling the ground below me quake, I looked back to see it was gone. My bare feet sprinted only to be halted by a black arm that exploded from the sand in front of me. It plastered to the boards above me, as another did the same a few yards away. I zigzagged between them as I neared the exit. A maze began to form, as they got ever so closer to catching me. Just as I made it to the clearing, I threw my bag over top and climbed the bed of rocks barefoot. A flooding of dark, stringy webs began to consume the rocks toward me. I used the last of the Lysol spray to create a trail of flames with my torch. The burnt mess retreated back into the abyss. I could feel the rage permeating from the earth below me as it roared. Leaping as high as I could, I climbed on top of the guardrails to safety. Backing from the clearing, armed with my bat, my eyes frantically searched for any sign of the monster. Silence filled the space around me, only interrupted by the sounds of my bare feet backing away. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't slow my heart rate down as my hands trembled on the bat. Spotting my next destination, my blistering feet quietly crept toward the equipment shed near the Ferris wheel. The bottom of my bat swung furiously at the lock, every whack making my heart skip a beat. I scanned the labyrinth of rides and games, no sign of it in sight. The padlock fell to the boards when suddenly my feet felt a wave of hot, thick air. My body froze. I peered down to see every crack of the Rehoboth Beach boardwalk below my feet filled with blinking craters. A number of black appendages broke through the cracks to block me. The bat swung with purpose as it collided with the arms, splattering them across the wall of the shed. My bat stuck to them as they fell lifeless to the ground. A clearing formed and I took off around the corner of the shed as the monster squealed in pain. As it retreated below, I ran to the circuit box across the pier. I hid behind it as the monstrosity lifted itself up through the hole it created. Crawling like an arachnid, it hunted for my scent as I threw one of the switches above me. The water gun game lit up. Its blaring music jarred the creature. I needed it to move further away, so I flipped another. The horse carousel at the entrance came to life, its motion eliciting an attacking response. I made my way to the shed as fast as I could, retrieving my bag as I frantically ran inside, twisting every knob possible open. The hiss of propane created a high-pitched symphony, only to be overpowered by the frustrated bellowing of the beast. I was out of time. I could hear the thunderous thuds in the near distance, making their way back. I took my phone out and set a timer for 3 minutes and set it on the floor. I peeked out to see it wasn't yet back. Making a move, my feet swiftly rounded the corner, my body painted to the wall as I inched my way across. By the time I made it to the back, I could see the behemoth was on the prowl. I leaned down as it came closer, retrieving the contents of my bag quietly. I doused a bar rag with a bottle of grain alcohol as I stuffed it inside. I kept counting in my head. I had just passed 2 minutes. Just as I was finishing, the bottle slipped from my hands. The monster shot a look in my direction, crouching as its webbed arms and legs dragged it across the floor. Turning away, I kept counting. That ungodly hum was drawing closer, vibrating the ground below me as tears began to well in my eyes. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Biting my lip, closing my eyes, holding my breath, the bottle and torch ready in each hand. 5, 6, 7, 8. The alarm buzzed out and I could hear the crashing bangs of the monster attacking the sound. Running faster than I ever had before in my life, I ran out in front and turned to face my demon. I lit the wick of my bomb as the creature frantically turned to see that its prey had the upper hand. It shrieked and wailed as I threw with all my might. I darted across the pier, getting as close as I could to the clearing. I could feel the wind of the explosion at my back as it detonated, sending a sonic boom throughout Rehoboth Beach. My feet lifted off the ground as I flew forward. I rolled to the edge of the pier as my body fell free to the rocks below. Once I came to, the visage of our town's Ferris wheel in flames greeted my eyes. My body ached with resonating pains. I dragged myself up to begin making my way home. I limped as fast as I could and kept to the shadows below the boardwalk until I reached my next destination. Damien was outside the Purple Parrot, smoking a cigarette as he gazed astonished at the burning wheel in the sky. I snuck into the motel office and stole his laptop. He'll have to forgive me later. Sirens began to ring out around me as I kept to backyards and alleyways before I finally made it home. I staggered across the front door, hardly astonished at the wreckage of this house. I reached into the freezer for a bottle of blackberry brandy. Somehow I managed to get through this night sober, but that was all about to change. I looked down the hall to see the destruction of my basement door and the furniture I used to barricade it. It looked like the attic was the only option I had. Each step up the ladder was a painful labor as I made my way. I took heavy boxes of old toys and clothing to block the entrance. Thankfully, Damien kept this laptop charged at all times. This was going to be a lot. I've been up here for hours. At least I'm spending this time surrounded by the memories that have been collecting dust. I can still hear the myriad of sirens wailing in the distance. The small vent up here is giving me a glimpse of the birth of a new sun rising. The dawning sky is being clouded by the smoke rolling off the Ferris wheel. I was rarely ever awake to see the sunrises around here. They truly are beautiful. I did what I had to do, and now you know the terrible truth. I don't even know if I was successful. I do know I did what I thought was right. I'd hate to hurt the flow of revenue for this town more than I already have, but I strongly suggest visiting elsewhere next summer. Mom, if I had just accepted your love and help, I wouldn't be in this mess. I wasn't the only person who lost someone. My pain wasn't more important than yours. I was selfish. I was angry. I needed someone to blame, and I took it out on you. None of this is your fault, and I'm sorry. I love you. To Leora's parents, as unbelievable as this story is, I promise you until my dying breath it's the truth. Your daughter had the misfortune of crossing my path, and I'm sorry. I would give anything to trade places and give her back to you. To Rehoboth Beach. I would imagine I'm not welcome back. As much as it pains me to have set fire to an effigy of anybody's memory, I promise you there are worse things in this life. You can choose to believe me. You can twist this story into the paranoid delusions of a local drunk. I don't really care. Whatever you choose to do, I implore it to be this. Don't go under the boardwalk. Well, now would be as good a time as any for a drink. Probably gonna be my last for a long time. Might be for the best, right? Here's to you. If you made it this far, maybe you believe me. Here's to the monster, trying to eat us all from the inside out. God, I'm gagging. Why the hell was this warm? I pulled it from the freezer, didn't I? This isn't brandy. I can't stop coughing. There's something on the floor. Is that a tooth? The return of the shadow. In childhood, Asher's body never made noise. Not in the normal way. He had a talent for holding his breath, for moving in such a manner that the floorboards and the radiator and the old dog under the kitchen table never registered his existence. When he passed through rooms, it was like a draft, a flickering of pressure, a cold spot. His mom, Linda, used to say she'd walk through ghosts when he was young, but what she really meant was that he was there, and then he wasn't, like the suddenness of a coin trick. She said she ought to tie a bell around his neck, like a cat, but Asher didn't want to be a cat. Cats were noisy, arrogant, fussy. He wanted to be something finer. By the time he was 8, he had already cataloged every blind spot in the house. The narrow wedge of shadow beside the coat cupboard, the slope beneath the stairs where you could wedge your body flat and hold yourself up by tensing your arms and legs, the gap behind the mothballed linen chest in the laundry where if you exhaled slowly and completely, you could nearly disappear. His record for remaining still was 2 hours and 52 minutes, and if not for the cramp in his left calf, he believed he could have managed more. The memory of Linda's face when she opened the linen chest and found nothing but linens after 4 hours of calling his name, he savored that. The hiding led, as it often does, to the scaring. His older brother Connor was the first to fall prey, then his younger cousin Dylan, then the neighbor's boy with the peanut allergy, Tyler. Asher learned early that the best scares weren't the loud, sudden ones, but the long, quiet kind, the almosts. The half-seen face through a slit in the closet door, the breath on the back of a neck when the other person thought they were alone. The time he reached from under his parents' bed and caught his dad, Tom's ankle in a pale, clutching hand, he nearly got a beating for it. Instead, Tom yanked him out and stared at him hard, with an expression that wasn't quite anger. Asher saw something of himself in his father's look, a flicker of awe, and something else, unnameable, that had pleased him more than any victory at hide-and-seek. It was not long before he discovered that hiding wasn't enough. Not really. He needed something more. A proof. A mark left behind. So he began to take things. At first, it was small, inconsequential. A pencil sharpener. A button from a favorite shirt. The little slip of paper Linda tucked inside her cigarettes to remind herself not to smoke too many. He took, and he hid, and he watched the aftermath. The searching, the blaming, the way the little world of their household came off its axis for an afternoon. When he tired of the domestic, he moved to the social. He stole his friend's Game Boy for a weekend, then returned it Monday morning, slipping it into the lost and found bin at Jefferson Elementary. He took a girl's hair clip, Megan's, and left it taped under her desk with an envelope marked, "For you." There was never a note, never any explanation. Sometimes he watched the confusion from a distance. Sometimes he didn't. The important thing was always the silence, the secret. He outgrew it, or thought he had, after university. By then he'd learned to mute the compulsion. The silent parts of him were dulled by the constant noise of adult life. Lectures, internships, parties that all felt the same. His friends grew out of him, or maybe he grew away from them. He did not mind. There was a dullness, yes, but also a relief. For the first time, the world didn't seem to expect him to be anything other than absent. That was good. He could vanish into his studies, then into his job, then into the background hum of city life. When he remembered the old tricks, the hiding, the scaring, the taking, it was with a kind of distant fondness, like the way you remember the taste of a cereal you ate as a child. Sweet, but unnecessary. He wondered, sometimes, what happened to people who never grew out of these things. Maybe they became pickpockets, or magicians, or something less reputable. Maybe they ended up as stories on late-night news programs, or in the weirdly dark corners of the internet. But Asher didn't think about that much. His own life was proof that the world's little compulsions could simply burn out, leaving behind only a gentle vacancy. He liked that. He had always preferred the absence of things. Now, years later, his apartment on Lakeshore Drive was nearly bare. No family pictures, no clutter, nothing he could not pack in an hour if he had to go. He found pleasure in the emptiness. Sometimes he even tried to remember the last thing he truly wanted, but it was like groping for a light switch in an unfamiliar room. There was nothing left to take, nothing left to steal. The old appetites had withered on the vine. The evenings when the light turned the windows into black mirrors, he caught a glimpse of himself in the glass, still and silent and utterly ordinary, and he wondered if this was what growing up was supposed to feel like. He hoped so. He really did. 10 years on and the apartment was still empty. Not literally, but in all the ways that counted. There were chairs, of course. A chair at the kitchen table, a chair at the desk, a chair by the window for reading, though the light was poor and Asher rarely sat there. There was a thin IKEA couch with a sullen, shapeless pillow. He kept the bed stripped of everything but a single gray blanket, and in the bathroom the towels were always bone dry, as if nothing in his life had ever needed tending. If you entered the place, you might think someone had just moved in, or was on the verge of moving out. There were no family pictures, no old friends' graduation photos with that forced, desperate cheer, no trinkets, no souvenirs, no keepsakes. Even the fridge was nearly bare, hosting only a bottle of water, some eggs, and a jar of pickles with a label written in a language he didn't read. When the cleaning lady Maria came, she found her work half done already. The bins empty, the floors immaculate, the bed unrumpled and oddly taut. Once, she left a note. "Sir, are you sure you live here?" But Asher never replied. He left her an envelope of cash every other Tuesday and did not meet her eyes when he passed her in the lobby. His job was everything people said a job should be. Challenging, prestigious, consuming. He worked in a glass office tower downtown, and his business card was heavier than a playing card, the kind of stock that thudded in your pocket. He did not hate his job. He didn't love it, either. He did it well because it was a way of being invisible. Most days, he rode the elevator with people, He saw only his shapes and smells. He said the correct number of words to his boss and to the receptionist, then walked home at night along streets glazed with sodium light, avoiding the eyes of delivery drivers and dog walkers. Sometimes, when he passed the illuminated windows of neighboring apartments, he would see whole families moving in silhouette. He watched them set tables, argue, laugh, then close the curtains. He wondered what they thought of him, the blank man with the briefcase, always walking alone. The days bled into each other, weeks flattening to a continuous, featureless ribbon. He counted time by the expiration of his tube of toothpaste, by the weekly ritual of wandering the same two shirts, by the hollow sound of the phone not ringing. He had, once, tried the dating apps, but the first message he received made his stomach clench and he deleted his profile before it could even be read. Linda called every month, always with an anxious edge, and he let the calls go to voicemail. He told himself he was too busy to talk, that he'd call back tomorrow, but tomorrow never felt urgent enough. At night, when he returned to the apartment, he'd cook a single, perfunctory meal, eat it standing at the sink, and stare out the window at the dead-eyed Jewel Osco across the street. Sometimes he turned on the TV for noise, though he never watched it. Lately, he'd gotten into the habit of streaming horror films, the cheap digital ones that Netflix recommended after midnight. He liked the way the scares came on a timer, the way the tension ramped up and then resolved. It was a clean kind of fear, a predictable, cathartic rush. Nothing in real life ever felt that safe, that boundaried. And yet, in the last few months, something had begun to change. Not in the routines, which were as strict as ever, but in the way the apartment felt. At first, it was just the faint, irrational sense of being watched. The feeling was strongest after dark, as if the boundaries of his body had gone fuzzy, the edges of the room slightly out of phase. He told himself it was nothing. Residual nerves from the films or just the city settling into its nighttime creaks. But then the noises began. It was never loud, never dramatic, a faint pop, like a finger snapped in another room, the scrape of a chair leg, though the chairs never moved. Once, a whisper of laughter from the corridor, just as he was falling asleep. He got up and checked, but the hallway was empty, and the only sound was the building's ancient heating system, gasping in its pipes. He rationalized it. Old wiring, structural warps, some neighbor 2 floors down. But he noticed, too, the way the hairs on his arms rose, the way his heart beat higher in his chest. After a while, the apartment felt less like a refuge and more like a holding cell, a place where you waited for something to happen. On some nights, he left all the lights on and sat in the bright kitchen, scrolling through his phone until sunrise. He told himself he was being stupid, that it was only his mind playing tricks. Still, sometimes when he got up in the middle of the night to get a glass of water, he could swear he heard footsteps behind him, perfectly synchronized, pausing when he paused, resuming when he did. He never turned to look. He couldn't stand the thought that there might be something to see. He started sleeping on the couch, with the bedroom door locked. It made him feel marginally safer, though he understood this was an illusion. If something wanted to get in, it would. He knew that from the films, from his own experience. Sometimes, as he was drifting off, he'd remember the games he used to play as a boy. The hiding, the long, careful silences, the pleasure of not being seen. It didn't feel pleasurable anymore. Late one night, with a half-watched movie, flickering blue on the TV, Asher caught himself staring at his own reflection in the window. The city was dark, but the room was bright, and his own image hovered ghost-like over the street below. He looked older than he remembered. There was a new tension in the jaw, a slackness around the eyes. He pressed his palm to the glass and felt the cold seep into his skin. For a moment, it seemed as if there was someone else's hand just on the other side, matching his fingers perfectly. He pulled back and laughed, but it sounded strange, like an imitation of laughter. He went to sleep that night and dreamed of nothing. When he woke, he was sure he had heard the front door close. But when he checked, the chain was still on, the lock still bolted. The only thing out of place was a single black hair, long and fine, lying on the bathroom sink. Asher stared at it for a long time, unable to remember the last person who had been in the apartment. He picked it up, rolled it between his fingers, and let it fall into the bin. That day, he stopped by Jewel-Osco and bought a bottle of bleach, though he didn't know why. He cleaned the entire apartment, scrubbing every surface, every corner. It made him feel better, at least for an hour. But by midnight, the old sense of wrongness had returned, and the empty room seemed to breathe around him, expanding and contracting with his own pulse. He sat on the couch, waiting for dawn, watching the pale shapes move across the walls as the city lights changed. In the end, he decided that there was nothing to be afraid of, that he was at heart just an ordinary man in an ordinary apartment, living an ordinary life. But the next time he heard the soft, deliberate footfalls in the hallway, he pressed his hand to the wall and did not move until the sound had passed. When sleep refused him, Asher would sit at the kitchen table with his laptop open, the screen's cool glow, the only light in the apartment. He told himself he was working, some half-baked excuse about catching up on industry emails or prepping spreadsheets for tomorrow's meetings. But he never made it past the browser homepage before distractions set in, and the next thing he knew, he was deep in the labyrinthine message boards of the internet. He started with the rational stuff, news sites, crime reports, articles on urban paranoia. There was a comfort in reading about other people's misfortunes, their break-ins, their half-glimpsed prowlers. If the stories matched his own, it made him feel less uniquely targeted. He searched for any mention of burglaries in his building, but the most recent was 2 years ago, a theft from the communal bike shed. He read about ghost hunters and urban explorers breaking into abandoned asylums. He even looked up the blueprints for his own apartment complex, just in case there was a secret hatch or crawl space he'd never noticed. He never found what he was looking for. After that, the searches turned darker. He started on Reddit, but the threads there were stale, mostly teenagers making up stories for the rush of upvotes. Then he found a forum called Dark Witness, buried 2 pages deep in the search results. A no-frills site with black text on a gray background and an air of practiced secrecy. The users posted under names like Summoner and Tragic Mirror. The topics ranged from haunted objects to missing persons to unsolved murders, all of them tinged with a kind of hungry superstition. At first, Asher lurked, reading the stories in silence. There was a sticky thread at the top titled Inheritance, the case files, and he clicked on it out of boredom, expecting nothing. Instead, he found a spreadsheet, hundreds of rows long, cataloging deaths from across the country. Most of the entries were forgettable. Overdoses, disappearances, suicides in bland hotel rooms. But every few lines, there was a cluster of cases that all bore the same, unnerving footnote. Victim had no known friends or close relatives. Last seen alive several days before discovery. Scene showed evidence of presence, no forced entry. He scrolled through the list, watching the names blur together, the cities and dates forming a pattern he couldn't quite see. The most recent entry had been logged the day before. For the first time in weeks, he felt something like curiosity. He made an account, handle, blink, and posted a reply, just to see what would happen. Within minutes, he got a private message from a user called Holophage. The message was brief. "Do you feel it yet?" Asher hesitated, then wrote back, "Feel what?" Holophage replied instantly, "The pressure, the presence." That's how it starts. Asher stared at the words, his hands hovering over the keys. "You think something's after me?" A pause. Then, "Not after. With." There was a click as the fridge cycled on, a low electrical hum in the silence. Asher found himself grinning, a nervous, incredulous tick. "I'm not crazy," he typed. "I just hear things sometimes." This time, the reply took longer. "That's how it works. You're alone, it comes closer. All it wants is for you to see it. It feeds on solitude." Asher closed the laptop for a moment and pushed back from the table. He poured himself a glass of water, drank it in 3 big gulps, and stared at the blank kitchen wall. He could hear his heart, slow and deliberate. He opened the laptop again. "What are you?" he typed. He watched the 3 dots of typing for a long time before Holophage replied, "Just someone who sees." The conversation ended there. For the rest of the night, Asher refreshed the page compulsively, but Holophage never responded. The next day, he tried to focus on work, but the thread, Inheritance, The case files stuck in his mind as persistent as a headache. That evening, the paranoia sharpened. Every time he passed a window, he was convinced he'd catch a glimpse of movement in the reflection. Once, he opened the closet to find his own coat sleeve caught on the door. But for a split second, he was sure a hand was reaching for him. He ate dinner standing up, his back to the wall. At 2 a.m., he heard a long, low scraping from the hallway, like something being dragged, and then a soft, almost playful tapping on the door. He held his breath and waited. The sound never repeated. The next night, Asher went back to the forum. There was a new message in his inbox from holophage. "It's getting closer." This time, Asher didn't answer. Instead, he clicked through to the spreadsheet, combing through the list of victims. They all had the same thing in common. No family, few friends, solitary work. In several of the cases, the police had commented on how ordinary the victims' lives were, as if the lack of drama made the deaths harder to solve. He recognized himself in the pattern. On a hunch, he scrolled further, looking for any mention of Chicago. There were several entries, all within a few kilometers of his building. The most recent was dated 6 weeks ago. Someone in a high-rise 2 blocks away, found dead in their apartment, doors locked from the inside. No sign of struggle, no injuries. The official cause was a massive heart attack, but the notes from the scene officer mentioned something odd. The body was discovered sitting upright at the kitchen table, hands perfectly folded, face turned toward the window as if waiting for a visitor. Asher sat there for a long time, staring at the screen. He returned to the thread and posted a new message. Has anyone survived? No one replied for hours. At 4 a.m., just as he was about to shut the laptop, holophage responded. Survival isn't the point. That was it. No further elaboration. Asher slammed the laptop shut and went to the bathroom, splashing cold water on his face until the skin tingled. When he looked up, his reflection in the mirror seemed off. The eyes were glassy and wide, the mouth a fraction too tight. He blinked and the illusion broke, but the discomfort lingered. The next day, at work, Asher couldn't focus. The world outside his office looked too bright, too brittle. The people in the elevator too close, their eyes too hungry. He pretended to type but accomplished nothing. By the time he got home, he was sweating, every muscle in his neck knotted and sore. He didn't open the laptop that night. He sat on the edge of his bed, staring at the closed closet door, then at the gap beneath it. He turned on all the lights in the apartment, then turned them off, then on again, as if by changing the pattern he could break the rhythm of his thoughts. He waited for the noises to come, but they didn't. Instead, the silence stretched and stretched, until it felt like something had been wound tight and was about to snap. In the morning, Asher found a note slipped under the front door. The paper was blank except for a single printed sentence. I am here. He didn't go to work. He spent the day searching the internet for any explanation, any rational cause. But every attempt led him back to the same thread, the same chilling list of case files. He opened the spreadsheet one last time and scrolled to the bottom. The final entry was marked pending. The address was his own. He closed the laptop and sat very still, listening for the next sound. It didn't take long. The first time Asher saw the thing, it was not in the apartment. It was on the street, after midnight, walking home from the shop with a carton of milk and a pack of paracetamol. He'd chosen the scenic route, up through Lincoln Park, past the playground, and the abandoned rec center in the near north side. Because the longer he was outside, the less he felt the pressure building in the walls of his own place. The city at night was empty, the way he liked it. But that night, a strange movement caught his eye. A black flicker at the corner of a playground slide. A piece of shadow that moved wrong, with a quick, folded-in motion, like a spider folding its legs. He slowed, eyes watering from the wind, and watched the spot for a long time. Nothing else happened. There was only the creak of the swings in the breeze, the sodium lamps tinting everything the color of jaundice. He turned to leave and saw, in the glass doors of the rec center, the reflection of a figure standing behind him. Not a real person, he checked, spinning on his heel, but a tall, narrow impression of darkness, like an afterimage burnt onto his retina. He ran all the way home, dropped the groceries at the door, and didn't stop moving until he was locked in the bathroom with the shower running, steam fog in the mirror. He told himself it was just a trick of the light, an artifact of too many nights staring at screens. The memory didn't fade, though. In fact, it sharpened, so that every time he closed his eyes, he saw the way the figure bent at the waist, the uncanny length of its arms, the impression of a grin. Enormous, fixed, cartoonish. He'd seen that smile before, somewhere, but couldn't place it. The apartment's atmosphere curdled. There was a new dampness in the air, a moldy tang rising from the drains. The walls felt closer, as if the rooms had shrunk by a few centimeters overnight. Asher began to sleep in short, involuntary bursts, never more than an hour or two, waking each time with a ragged gasp as if surfacing from underwater. The sounds in the apartment got louder, more articulate. A shuffle, a sigh, a soft click like teeth closing. Sometimes, at the edge of sleep, he heard voices. They sounded like Linda, sometimes, or like himself at a younger age, repeating phrases he'd forgotten. "You were always so quiet, Asher," or "You'll get used to it." One night, he heard his own name said with perfect clarity, right beside his ear. He leapt up, heart stuttering, and flung open every closet, every cupboard, searching for the source. The search became routine. He began to spend his evenings methodically, checking every square inch of the apartment, under the bed, behind the sofa, in the space beneath the kitchen sink. He opened and closed the fridge for no reason, just to hear the sound. He set up elaborate barricades of furniture in front of the doors, stacking chairs and books in absurd little towers. It didn't make him feel safer, but the ritual was soothing in its predictability. He wrote down the patterns, just in case he forgot. Check bedroom window. Stack chairs at door. Listen for voice, don't answer. He stuck these notes to the fridge, the mirror, the back of his phone. Sometimes he'd wake up and find new notes he didn't remember writing, with stranger instructions. Hide in closet. Don't let it see you. Lock bathroom and wait. He did these things, even when he didn't believe in them. It was like giving in to a superstition. Illogical, but somehow necessary. The hallucinations, or whatever they were, grew more convincing. One evening, sitting at the kitchen table with the lights all on, he saw the figure crouched beneath the window. It was almost comical, the way it pressed itself into the corner, as if it didn't want to be seen. But when he turned on his phone's flashlight and shone it toward the corner, the darkness was empty, undisturbed. He laughed, a strangled, breathless sound. He turned off the light, and for a split second, the shape was there again, frozen in the act of rising. He started to think he was losing his mind, not in the cinematic, spectacular way, but gradually, like someone slipping down an embankment in the dark. At first, he tried to keep notes about his symptoms. Visual disturbances, persistent. Auditory hallucinations, likely. Paranoia, unable to rule out. But after a while, the notes became gibberish, slanted lines of words with no clear meaning, like fragments of a language he'd never learned. In the dead of night, the voices sometimes argued with him, or with each other. He'd listen to them through the wall, his ear pressed flat, and hear snatches of angry whisper. Then, laughter. The laughter was the worst. It was high and thin, and once, he recognized it as his own. He started skipping work, using up his sick days. It didn't matter. No one from the office called. He suspected they had always regarded him as a ghost anyway. The only thing that drew him outside was the need for supplies. Food, bottled water, more paracetamol. Each trip out was an ordeal, and he found himself dreading the return, the moment when he'd open the apartment door and feel the pressure in the air. Once, after a night spent awake and trembling, he saw the figure standing in the living room. Not crouched, not hiding. Standing in plain sight, tall and impossibly thin. Its face all teeth and eyes, a smile stretched too far. Asher wanted to scream, but his throat locked up. The thing just stood there, a silhouette against the window, its arms dangling like cords. He blinked, and it was gone. But he knew it would be back. From then on, the boundaries between dream and waking grew blurry. He'd fall asleep in one room and wake up in another, not knowing how he'd moved. He'd find himself holding objects, kitchen knives, heavy glass bottles, without memory of retrieving them. Sometimes the walls seemed to breathe, bowing inward and out, as if the whole building were a lung. He stopped eating. He stopped showering. The only thing that kept him anchored was the ritual of searching, of barricading, of writing notes to himself. He stopped using the laptop. The idea of seeing his own reflection in the black screen was unbearable. On the fourth day of his self-imposed siege, he woke on the living room floor, shivering and damp. The room was nearly dark, except for the faint glow of the street lamp through the curtains. He sat up, every muscle in his back screaming, and saw that the furniture had been moved. His own barricade dismantled, the chairs stacked neatly along the wall. The front door was wide open. Cold air drifted in. He crawled to the door, peered into the corridor. It was empty, but he heard the familiar scrape, the dragging sound coming from somewhere below. He almost followed it, but something in him rebelled, and he slammed the door shut, wedging his body against it. He sat like that for hours, staring at the blank wall opposite, waiting for the next move. When it came, it was simple. He heard a voice, his own voice, speaking softly in the bedroom. He got up, hands shaking, and crept down the hall. The voice spoke again, and this time it said something he couldn't make out, a string of syllables that sounded like his name spelled backwards. He stepped into the bedroom and found the figure there, standing at the foot of the bed. It smiled at him, lips parting to reveal a mouthful of glittering, needle-like teeth. For the first time, Asher saw the mask, pale, featureless except for the smile, and for the hollow black holes where eyes should be. He realized with a jolt that the mask was not covering a face. It was the face. The thing reached out a hand, impossibly long and thin, and beckoned. Asher wanted to run, but his feet wouldn't move. Instead, he found himself walking toward it, unable to stop. The figure's other hand came up, holding something. A black, greasy object, the size and shape of a heart. It pressed the heart into Asher's chest, and for a moment, there was nothing but cold and silence. When he woke, it was morning, and the apartment was quiet again. The door was closed. The barricades were gone. The walls looked normal, the furniture in its proper place. Asher got up, made himself coffee, and sat at the table in the same chair as always. He felt different though, lighter in a way, as if something inside him had been scooped out, and the absence was finally complete. He spent the rest of the day sitting in the sunbeam that crossed the kitchen at noon, feeling nothing at all. That night, Asher dreamed of hiding. He was in a closet, or a wardrobe, the kind with slatted doors that let in blades of dusty light. He crouched on a pile of coats, knees to his chest, and watched through the crack as a woman, Sarah Bennett, moved around the room. She was humming, folding laundry into small, perfect squares. There was a sweetness to the moment, a domesticity that felt both foreign and achingly familiar. He wanted to stay hidden forever, just watching. But then Sarah turned, her head cocked as if she'd heard a sound. She walked over to the closet, slow and deliberate, and put her hand on the knob. Asher tried to press himself further back, into the darkness, but there was no more room. The door creaked open and she peered in, her eyes meeting his through the narrow gap. She screamed, dropping the laundry, and the noise was enormous, a shriek that made the whole house shudder. Asher wanted to say something, to apologize, but when he opened his mouth, he felt his lips stretch into a smile, wide and cartoonish, and the sound that came out was wrong, all teeth and laughter. He woke, gasping, clutching the blanket to his chest. For a long time he sat on the edge of the bed, the dream replaying in his head on a loop. The fear was different now. Not the creeping, ambient anxiety of before, but something sharp, immediate, a conviction that the thing in the dream, the smiling thing, wanted to kill him. He went to the bathroom and splashed water on his face. He looked in the mirror and forced himself to smile, slowly, watching for any sign that his reflection would slip or break. It didn't. It just looked tired. He dried his face on a towel and went to the kitchen, where the sun was just coming up. He made coffee and sat at the table, trying to think. He needed a plan, a way to defend himself. Maybe he could call someone, a doctor, the police, Linda. He imagined the conversation, how he would explain the demon, the voices, the feeling of being watched. He couldn't do it. They would never believe him. He turned on the TV for noise, flipping through the channels until he landed on the evening news. He let it play in the background as he stared at the coffee, tracing circles on the rim of the mug with his finger. He barely heard the first part of the story. Another local murder. The victim found in her apartment. No sign of forced entry. But when they showed Sarah Bennett's photo, something in Asher's brain went white hot. He recognized her, not from real life, but from the dream. The woman folding laundry, the one who screamed. He turned up the volume and leaned in, listening to the details. The anchor mentioned that the police had no suspects, no witnesses, but were asking for information about a piece of jewelry Sarah was known to wear. They flashed a picture of it. A silver chain with a pendant shaped like a tear. It was distinctive, beautiful, and Asher felt a cold certainty bloom in his chest. He'd seen that necklace before. In the dream, yes, but also somewhere else. He couldn't place it, but the memory nagged at him all day, until his hand shook and he had to sit down. He tried to tell himself it was a coincidence, a trick of the mind. But as night fell and the shadows in the apartment grew long and angular, he couldn't shake the feeling that the necklace was important, that it was meant for him. He paced the rooms, opening drawers and cupboards, looking for what, exactly? He didn't know. He checked under the bed, behind the sofa, in the pockets of his own coats. The apartment yielded nothing. He went to the kitchen and opened every cabinet, every tin and box, even the ones he never used. Still nothing. Finally, desperate, he went to the closet under the stairs. It was a cramped, low-ceilinged space, mostly empty except for some old cleaning supplies and a toolbox. He pulled everything out and crawled inside, running his hands over the floor and walls. At the very back, behind a warped panel, he felt an unevenness, a small rectangular patch that sounded hollow when tapped. He used a screwdriver to pry it open. Inside was a shallow cavity, barely big enough for a shoebox. He reached in and found a plastic bag, knotted tight. His fingers trembled as he pulled it out and unwrapped it. Inside was a tangle of jewelry, earrings, rings, bracelets, none of which he recognized. At the very bottom was Sarah Bennett's necklace, the silver chain, the teardrop pendant. He stared at it, willing himself to remember where it came from, how it got here. He could not. He sat on the floor, surrounded by the odd little trophies, his breathing shallow and uneven. For a long time, he didn't move. He just looked at the necklace, rolling it between his fingers, feeling its weight. It was real. It was here. He couldn't make sense of it. He thought of the spreadsheet on Dark Witness, the pattern of lonely deaths. He wondered, not for the first time, if the thing haunting him was not a demon at all, but something inside his own head. He sat in the darkness, the jewelry cold in his palm, and tried to remember who he was before all this started. The answer did not come. Asher stared at the heap of jewelry on the floor, the evidence of his own secret life. The cold, rational part of his brain, what remained of it, offered explanations. Sleepwalking, psychosis, a fugue state brought on by stress or grief. But none of these excuses mattered. The items were here, the necklace was real, and somewhere Sarah Bennett had died. Her last memory, a grinning face peering out from the shadows. He retreated to the living room and sat on the floor, knees drawn to his chest, the necklace digging into his palm. The smell of sweat and metal was thick in the air. He tried to cry, but nothing happened. He tried to pray, but could not remember the words. He tried to scream, but the only sound that came was a quiet, childish sob, quickly swallowed by the silence. He considered calling the police. It seemed the right thing to do, a way to end the story, to put himself away somewhere safe. He imagined the conversation, the flashing lights outside, the neighbors staring as he was led away in cuffs. He wondered if they would believe him, or if he would simply disappear into a padded room, another lonely statistic in the spreadsheet. The thought of it made him nauseous. He thought, too, of ending things himself. The ways to do it played out in his mind, efficient and clean. It would be easier, he reasoned, than waiting for the thing inside him to finish the job. He even went so far as to line up the pills on the kitchen counter, counting them out with the same precision he used to stack the barricade of chairs. But when it came time to act, his hands would not obey. He put the pills back, one by one, and sat down in the dark, waiting for the next move. That was when the voice started speaking to him again, not in the slippery, ambiguous way of before, but with clarity, as if someone were sitting beside him. "You've always been good at hiding," it said. but you can't hide from me. Asher pressed his hands to his ears, but the voice was inside, coiled around his thoughts. It was patient, gentle even, a whisper of reassurance. "It's all right," it said. "You were made for this." He shook his head, tried to drown it out with his own voice, but the thing persisted, speaking over him in a steady, comforting murmur. "Don't you see? This is what you've wanted, all along. The silence, the absence. You didn't lose yourself. You found me." Asher opened his eyes and saw the mask, the wide, permanent smile, floating in the darkness across the room. It was impossible, a hallucination, but it felt more real than anything else. He reached out, fingers trembling, and the mask drifted closer, as if drawn by the gravity of his need. The voice grew bolder, filling the emptiness. "Let me in," it said. "Let me stay. I can keep you company. You'll never be alone again." The offer was obscene, but also irresistible. Asher felt a surge of warmth, a sick comfort, at the thought of no longer being himself, of never again having to answer for his own actions. He could give in, and the thing would take over, and all the fear would melt away. He thought of Sarah Bennett in the dream, her scream of terror. He thought of the pile of jewelry, the bodies in the spreadsheet, the empty names stacked up like bones. He thought of Linda, Tom, their disappointed faces at the other end of the line. He closed his eyes and breathed in, long and slow. "All right," he said aloud, his own voice sounding foreign. "I'll let you in. Just promise you'll never leave." The smile seemed to widen, the eyes growing brighter in the dark. "I promise," the voice said, and for the first time Asher believed it. He sat there, unmoving, as the mask drifted closer and the boundaries between them dissolved. He felt himself open up, hollowing out, making room for the thing he'd spent a lifetime denying. The apartment was very quiet. He did not feel alone.